Chapter 2272. Han Fei said, "Senior, if you want me to help you break the seal, why don't you remove the barrier so that I can communicate with the Origin Sea and become one with the sky first?" "Oh, since you've already understood it, you'll be able to completely integrate with the heavenly way in a few years at most. By then, you'll be able to create Taoist patterns without having to communicate with the Origin Sea." Han Fei's heart sank. This son of a B*TCH was suppressing everyone and not giving them a chance to enter the Origin Sea. Once they entered the Origin Sea, they would have a chance to escape from the universe. However, this also confirmed Han Fei's other guess, which was that this so-called God was afraid that they would run away. However, if this guy was a real God, with the power of a God, not to mention escaping from the universe, even if they did escape into the universe, he could easily catch them and bring them back. Wait, something's wrong. Han Fei frowned. This guy was definitely not as strong as he thought. Even if he was really a god, his strength should have fallen to the bottom, because he couldn't even control this universe. How could he be a god? Han Fei couldn't help but guess that if this guy was not a god and could suppress so many people, his strength was probably only at the level of an emperor. However, even if this guy only had the strength of an emperor, he was still not someone that Han Fei could compete with. Before figuring out the strength of this god, Han Fei certainly wouldn't do anything irrational rashly. After a moment, when Han Fei slowly opened his eyes, the message that he had fully comprehended the Tao Fusion book appeared in his head. He could feel some changes in the Origin Sea, but he didn't know exactly how big the changes were. He wouldn't know until the abnormal changes in the Origin Sea disappeared. About half a year later, Han Fei sensed that the abnormal changes in the Origin Sea seemed to have gradually subsided, so he looked at his information. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 101, sky opening, sea family tree 200016, chaotic energy 660,000, spiritual power 5562698, perception range 6, 5 million kilometers, power 521, for 649 waves, first spiritual heritage, primordial vein, second spiritual heritage, vein of eternal darkness, first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level 99, second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow level 100, main art, void stealing, level 9 of void fishing, emperor ultra quality. Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. Both his spiritual power and strength had been inexplicably enhanced. His divine soul power did not increase by much, only about 100,000 points. But the power was increased by 200,000 waves, which really shocked Han Fei. He knew that the integration of Tao with heaven would strengthen the Tao of equilibrium, but he did not expect the integration of Tao to increase his strength by a small margin. Also, Han Fei had a hunch that he seemed to be able to borrow more power from the heavenly way, but he didn't know exactly how much combat power he could unleash. But no matter what, this was a major breakthrough. Apart from the growth of his strength, Han Fei also sensed that the demon purification pot seemed to be slightly shaking. In his head, Han Fei could see that the fifth divine pill on one of the vines in the demon purification pot was half red and showing signs of ripening. The fifth pill is about to mature. Han Fei's heart surged. He didn't know how long he had been cultivating this fifth pill. He had poured countless resources into it, but it was still not mature. But now, it was showing signs of maturing. This meant that it wouldn't be long before it matured. Is it because I haven't fully digested the fourth divine pill, so the fifth pill refuses to mature? Han Fei thought it was very likely. Even he himself, if he hadn't comprehended the integration of Tao just now, wouldn't have known that there was still part of the fourth divine pill that he hadn't digested. It seemed that this crisis had some benefits after all. Although he was still trapped, there were 2 joyous events today. It was great news. Feeling that he had lost more than 40% of his vitality, Han Fei was speechless. A large amount of resources in the Origin Sea collapsed to replenish his vitality. The joy that Han Fei had just gained was suddenly gone. This fish, sh*T god, was too disgusting. It was absorbing his vitality and energy all the time. If it continued like this, in a few years, the resources in his origin sea would not be enough. Han Fei hurriedly cast aside all other thoughts and started to observe the 5 spear pillars again. He had already comprehended the Tao pattern. When he looked at the spear pillars again, what he saw was no longer the scene of the Tao pattern appearing on the body of the spear. This time, what Han Fei saw was a ball of inexplicable light projecting such a spear. This spear seemed to burst out from the stars. As it fell, it attracted the rules of the great path of heaven and earth, absorbing infinite power and complicated Tao patterns. The spear light was like a falling star, and the sky seemed to be collapsing and the earth was cracking. In an instant, the spear pierced through a ball of golden light and nailed it to the ground. At the moment when the spear light pierced down, Han Fei only felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Just witnessing the power of the spear, his eyes almost couldn't bear it. If he weren't a body cultivator, his eyes might have exploded at this moment. So powerful. What a powerful spear. Han Fei felt that if Zhang Xuanyu were here, he would be ecstatic. He, who specialized in spear arts, might be able to comprehend a variety of spear arts after witnessing such a terrifying spear. However, he didn't have a multidimensional brain like Zhang Xuanyu's, so he couldn't evolve combat skills from countless angles in his mind. Wait, suddenly, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Zhang Xuanyu had his own advantages, but at the heaven-opening realm, what couldn't he imitate? Just like the 3 strong masters of the heavenly clan split their clones to deal with him, his void descend could create countless more clones than them. As long as he was willing, as long as the clones were lower than his own level, he could also summon clones of any strength. If he used clones to fight with clones, or when cultivating, he could create thousands of projections. Wouldn't it be faster for him to explore alone? Suddenly, Han Fei found that he seemed to have overlooked something. The void fishing art from beginning to end had 9 levels, and every level was useful. Han Fei thought the void descend was useless, but now that he thought about it, it didn't seem right. Both the sea opening realm and the heaven opening realm could split into many clones. So what were the advantages and disadvantages of the void descend and creating his own clones? Because he rarely needed to create clones, Han Fei rarely used the void descend. But now that he thought about it, it didn't seem right. Since the descending from the void was a great technique, there was definitely a fundamental difference between it and an ordinary clone. Unfortunately, this place was not suitable for studying the void descend, but Han Fei kept this matter in mind. In addition to the void descend that suddenly occurred to him, because he observed the way this spear was launched, this spear technique immediately appeared in Han Fei's mind. God Sealing Spear, unrated introduction. This technique comes from the God Spear, a God-sealing technique evolved from the combat skills of the gods. Strong masters often use everything in the world to condense them into techniques, brand them with heaven and earth Tao patterns, and endow them with the power of God-sealing. This technique can seal the body and suppress the soul. Once sealed by this technique, the Tao pattern brand in the God-sealing technique must be broken to get rid of it. Of course, those with greater power and more ancient corrosion can also break the seal. Comprehension, 7% deduction, not deductible effect. The orthodox God-sealing technique is incomparable to miscellaneous seals. Disadvantage, to comprehend this technique, one must integrate the Tao with the sky and master the Tao patterns. Remarks, this spear technique combined with different Tao patterns can launch different attacks. Sealing technique? This was the first time that Han Fei had seen a special sealing technique, and Han Fei had naturally mastered a lot of sealing techniques. But the essence of sealing techniques was power suppression. Generally, when using sealing techniques, they were mostly suppressed by arrays. After leaving the array, Han Fei really didn't see any sealing methods. Barriers were different from seals. Barriers relied on the power of something or a place to spontaneously operate the protective power of those things. As for the formation seal, it required a great battle, allowing the power of heaven and earth to flow within the formation seal. The God-sealing spear was even more direct. It took the essence of heaven and earth and branded it with heaven and earth Tao patterns. This Tao pattern could be combined in countless ways. God knew what Tao patterns a person had engraved on the spear when he used the God-sealing spear. But fortunately, he had both mastered the God-sealing spear and understood the Tao patterns. When the God-sealing spear was completely comprehended, the Tao patterns on the spear could be manifested. As long as the Tao patterns manifested, there would naturally be a way to crack it. In Han Fei's mind, many thoughts flashed in an instant, and he couldn't help but put on an imperceptible smile. After taking a break and replenishing his qi and blood, Han Fei continued to study the spear. Another 2.5 years passed, almost 3 years. After experiencing the feeling that his eyes were about to explode for nearly 20 times, Han Fei finally completely comprehended the God-sealing spear. However, Han Fei didn't immediately lift the seal. This golden light actually didn't care about these strong masters here at all. They were all just tools that came to be captured by it to lift the seal. However, this God-sealing technique was a great sealing technique without the means of the gods. Even if all the people here were emperors, how many of them could comprehend the means of the gods? Even if some people could comprehend it, they would often be sucked to death by it before they finished comprehending it. They deserved to be trapped here. After thinking for a while, Han Fei suddenly got up and walked towards the spear. Suddenly, many people looked sideways at Han Fei. They wondered what this man was going to do. Chapter 2273. Thousands of people sat cross-legged in the valley, most of them dead. Only a small number of people approached the spear pillar. Besides, those who could approach the spear pillar were very powerful. Otherwise, they would be injured by the spear radiance. And Han Fei had been here for almost 6 years. He hadn't moved or approached the spear pillar for such a long time. Most people thought that Han Fei wasn't very strong. At this moment, Han Fei got up and walked to the spear pillar, which was actually a very strange behavior, because most people would choose the position where they could stand the moment they were detained to observe the Tao patterns on the spear pillar and the spear radiance around it. In terms of comprehension, the closer one was, the better the effect would be. Who would wait 6 years before approaching the spear pillar? Did they think they were cultivating? Even the 3 elders of the Tian clan looked at Han Fei. Ignoring these people's gazes, Han Fei leaped and crossed 100 kilometers in a flash. Hiss! Many people gasped. This valley was very large. It existed to suppress a god. If it was too small, it probably wouldn't be enough. But this was only more than 1,200 kilometers. Han Fei's original position was about 800 kilometers. He had crossed so much in just 2 steps. Did he really think this was a trial? Han Fei didn't stop. 700 kilometers. 600 kilometers. When Han Fei crossed 300 kilometers, someone woke up from the visualization and stared at Han Fei. Many people couldn't help but become nervous. Someone swallowed. Is he going to break the seal? He's only been here for 6 years. How can he comprehend the seal so quickly? Can he break the seal? Such a terrifying spear radiance is completely unaffected by him. He must have comprehended this spear technique. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Only the clone of the Tian clan, Cultivator, looked serious. When they fought with Han Fei, they knew how terrifying this boy was. A person who hadn't even reached the star transformation realm could escape from 3 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. This kind of strength was rare in the world. It wasn't that there weren't people like this in the world, but there were very few of them. In the entire East Sea Divine Prefecture, the number of people who could do this could be counted on 2 hands. Those who could reach this level of strength were all people with great willpower. Their origin seas were different from ordinary people's. As for the specific reason, others did not know. Right now, their Tian clan had already formed a deep grudge with Han Fei. Today, if Han Fei could break the seal and not die, he would definitely become a great threat to the Tian clan in the future. If he was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be afraid, but could Han Fei treat him as an ordinary person? In their eyes, this guy had a chance to prove his Tao. Proving the way represented the position of a venerable emperor. In the sea realm, which venerable emperor wasn't powerful enough to make others fear him. Even the Tian tribe had to be careful of the revenge of a venerable sovereign, right? However, when Han Fei stepped directly within 100 kilometers of a spear pillar, their hearts sank, knowing that Han Fei must have comprehended something. Whoosh! All of a sudden, many strong masters stood up with eager eyes. They couldn't wait for Han Fei to break the seal. Even the sealed god was surprised. Human, you've comprehended it? Han Fei slowed down. Regardless of the sharp spear radiance, there seemed to be a slight burst of power around him. It was a very strong spear intent. Someone finally exclaimed, "He has comprehended it. He has comprehended it. Finally, someone can comprehend these spear techniques." Someone clenched his fists and shouted, "Brother, although I don't know your name, the lives of hundreds of us are in your hands. If you save us, we will all owe you a favor that will cost our lives." Many people couldn't help but echo, "Brother, if we can get out this time, regardless of the favor, we can offer all our resources to you, and we will repay the favor separately." Someone shouted, "That's right, resources are nothing for saving our lives. As long as you can break this seal, if we don't repay such a great favor, we will have inner demons, and it will be difficult for us to make any progress in this life." Hearing this, Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. Good heavens, this guy was even more ruthless than the last one. Although he wanted these people's resources very much, these people were too proactive. It was a lie that it was difficult for them to make any progress, but it was true that they would encounter inner demons. But in fact, how many emperors could reach the Tao proving realm? Now they were bragging to him, but it was hard to say whether they could reach the edge of the Tao proving realm. Besides, who told them that he was ready to break the seal now? Han Fei still ignored these people and chose to respond to the god. Han Fei said, "Senior, I have comprehended it, but I haven't comprehended it yet. You should know in your heart that in order to break this seal, one needs to completely integrate the great Tao, completely comprehend the heavenly Tao, and be able to control the power between heaven and earth at will and turn it into Tao patterns. The other needs to comprehend the spear intent of this spear radiance and combine the two to break this seal." I wonder if what Junior said is correct? The god did not deny it and confirmed Han Fei's words. "Yes, is that true?" Han Fei said, "The reason why I can come here now is mainly that I am an array master. I obtained a record of Tao patterns before, but unfortunately the record of Tao patterns in the book is not detailed. Fortunately, I have been practicing every day, so I can understand the Tao patterns on the pillars a little. However, I haven't comprehended enough yet, so I can't control the Tao of heaven and earth at will and turn it into Tao patterns. But now I can visualize the spear pillar again, and I can barely visualize the meaning of the spear. However, I'm still far from breaking the seal." The unknown god asked, "Then what do you want to do now?" Han Fei didn't speak, but directly stepped about 10 miles away from the spear pillar. His eyes were stinging because he couldn't look directly at the sealed creature. He could only see a golden light. Therefore, Han Fei leaped up, facing the infinite spear intent, and directly stood on the top of the spear pillar. At this time, Han Fei said, "Senior God, do you need some help to break this seal?" The god seemed to see the hope of breaking the seal, so he didn't try to bluff anymore. He couldn't help but ask, "What help do you need?" Han Fei said, "I need to become stronger and integrate with the Tao. Only when the great Tao is completely integrated with heaven can I comprehend the heavenly Tao. The god's voice was leisurely. 3 years ago, I saw a large amount of Tao flowing into your source star. Under such circumstances, how could you not integrate with the Tao? Han Fei was overjoyed. This great hoodwinker really wasn't sure if he had completed the integration of the great Tao. Han Fei said, "Senior, I have many Taos at the same time. 3 years ago, I only integrated one Tao." After that, Han Fei used the great Tao of gravity, then transformed it into the great Tao of space, and then into the great Tao of yin and yang. Han Fei said, "Senior, look, I'm also in a difficult situation. Now I can only help you when I grow stronger. Senior, you should have seen that I haven't turned into a star yet. I haven't even finished turning into a star. In my source C, even if the great Tao is completely integrated with the heavenly Tao, it shouldn't be complete, right? Senior, if you can help me turn into a star." At this point, Han Fei didn't try to hide his intentions anymore. "You want me to work for you, but you don't want to give me candy. How can there be such a good thing in this world?" Sure enough, the god pondered for a moment and responded, "How many origins C have you expanded?" Han Fei said, "Senior, my origin C has been expanded 270,000 kilometers. The god said, Then I will help you expand 300,000 kilometers of origin C and then turn into a star." Han Fei immediately said, "Senior, I'm a genius. How can I only expand 300,000 kilometers of origin C? In that case, after I turn into a star, I can only expand 600,000 kilometers. How can I be considered a genius at that time? Because turning into a star will limit my aptitude. I won't be able to integrate with the heavenly Tao. What should I do then?" Han Fei said with grievance. But this was a test to see if this creature would get mad. Han Fei bet that it wouldn't, because he was the one with the greatest hope of breaking the seal. Sure enough, the god said, "Turning into a star is not the core of the heaven-opening realm, but the path after turning into a star. Human, I see your luck and talent. Your ambition is not to turn into a star." Han Fei sneered in his heart, but his face was perturbed. "Senior God, I've heard that turning into a star should only be done when you feel it, right? It's like transcending a heavenly tribulation. When the heavenly tribulation arrives, you can naturally feel it." The god was obviously silent for a while. He didn't expect that Han Fei, who hadn't turned into a star, would know this. Besides, this secret was actually known by very few people. At least, it was almost impossible for most casual cultivators to know the secret, because the opportunity to turn into a star was very difficult to grasp. Most people just wanted to turn into a star when they had that opportunity, but they didn't have a clear thought to tell them that they could turn into a star. At this time, in order to continue to portray his dignity as a god, the god said, "Mortals are ignorant and fall into the stereotype. They all think that turning into a star carries the miracle of proving the Tao and becoming a god. Little do they know that this is just their misconception." Han Fei cursed in his heart. F***CK, your misconception. This is what my senior brother Azure Dragon said, and it was affirmed by eldest senior brother. If senior brother Azure Dragon said something wrong, why didn't eldest senior brother remind him? Originally, Han Fei hoped that he could be honest with him, but now it seemed that he didn't need to think about it anymore. He was just an old silver coin. Han Fei immediately pretended to be shocked. "Is that so? It turns out that the world is wrong." The god seemed to have relaxed a lot and continued, "Of course, the world is so ignorant. You are a hero, so you should understand it." Han Fei said, "Senior God, please grant me resources. I'm going to open up the Sea of Origin and turn into a star." The god paused for a moment, but then said, "I will grant you 50,000 kilometers of resources first, and when you start to turn into a star, I will grant you more. Otherwise, if you turn into a star too fast, your potential will be affected if you don't have any guidance. Han Fei sneered in his heart, not believing a word of this nonsense. But on the surface he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior God." Suddenly, Han Fei said, "Senior God, since I have already broken the array, should I let these people go? Their vitality is fading rapidly. If I don't let them go, I'm afraid that when I turn into a star and all the great Daos are integrated into the sky, nearly half of these people will die, right?" The god said in an old voice, "I sealed this place as an array. It can only imprison people, but it can't let them go. Only when I break the seal can I break the array." Han Fei's smile grew brighter in his heart. He instantly understood that the old silver coin was afraid. The reason why he kept these people here was that he was afraid that they would go out and find an emperor level or even stronger master. This showed that this so-called god was not as strong as he thought. How could there be any gods in the sea realm now? What he was afraid of was an emperor, and even an emperor could make this so-called god afraid, which meant that his strength was much weaker than he thought. Suddenly, Han Fei calmed down. "If I don't skin you alive, I'll feel sorry for the vitality I lost." Chapter 2274. Of course, the deal between the god and Han Fei wouldn't be seen by others, which would make his identity as a god seem worthless. Therefore, when Han Fei jumped to the top of the spear pillar, a flash of golden light obscured everyone's sight. But Han Fei's voice could still be heard. He said, "Everyone, although I can break this seal, it won't be that fast. It may take 10 years or 100 years. I'm not sure. 10 years? 100 years?" Some of the people who were still alive secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while others looked nervous. Yes, even if this person was a genius and could avoid the spear aura in this place within 6 years, this was a seal that suppressed gods. How could it be broken so easily? However, some people's resources couldn't wait until then. Suddenly, someone hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoists, my resources are exhausted. If anyone is willing to share some resources with me, I will give you a great technique and an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure." For a moment, everyone was excited. Although Han Fei couldn't directly break the seal, he gave them hope. For a time, the emperors were rejuvenated. They felt that as long as they were willing to pay, they could always hold on for 100 years. Han Fei naturally wouldn't pay attention to this. In fact, the lives of these people had nothing to do with him. In the wilderness, there was no good or bad people. They could wait if they wanted to. Now it was a game between himself and this so-called god, and he didn't have the mood to care about them. Han Fei sat cross-legged on the pillar, and a small round ball appeared in front of Han Fei. Han Fei recognized that it was a small world. This thing could be integrated into the Origin Sea and had the magical effect of consolidating the Origin Sea. But this small world was obviously not big, because this god only said that he would give Han Fei 50,000 kilometers of resources. The 50,000 kilometers of resources were naturally the 50,000 kilometers after 270,000 kilometers. For Han Fei, this was already a very considerable amount of resources. After all, killing a strong master like in Taiping and Qiu Shouzang couldn't get so many resources. After all, the further he went, the more terrifying the increase in the number of resources would be. Han Fei estimated that this 50,000 kilometers was at least the wealth of a late-stage celestial transformation realm powerhouse. Han Fei guided this small world into the Origin Sea, only to feel the small world explode in the Origin Sea. As he thought about it, Han Fei felt the value of this resource. Many treasures and minerals were gathered in it. Developing the Origin Sea was a long-term process. Since this god couldn't see through Han Fei's Origin Sea, it naturally couldn't see through the acceleration of time in Han Fei's Origin Sea. Even though Han Fei deliberately pretended to open up the Origin Sea for cultivation, a year later, the resources in Han Fei's body had been used up, and the Origin Sea had naturally expanded to 320,000 kilometers. This breakthrough slightly improved Han Fei's overall strength again. His strength increased by hundreds of thousands again, and the power of his soul also increased slightly. The natural growth of strength brought by the opening of the Origin Sea was quite stable, so Han Fei hoped that this god could give him another 100,000 kilometers of resources, so that his soul power and physical strength might break through the 6 million mark. In fact, there might even be a balance between the two. 1 year later, Han Fei slowly opened his eyes, as if he had just woken up from cultivation. He was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, when his Origin Sea expanded to 300,000 kilometers, he had already been waiting for this so-called god to ask questions. With the means of this god, he must be able to observe the star sea and detect the changes in his Origin Sea. Even if his Origin Sea hadn't turned into a star yet, the opening of 50,000 kilometers of space shouldn't be hidden from this guy. However, this god didn't say anything, which made Han Fei feel puzzled. "Senior God, are you there?" The old voice, which seemed to have traveled through centuries, fell into Han Fei's ears. "You haven't tried to turn into a star." This sentence expressed the god's understanding of whether Han Fei had turned into a star or not. Han Fei said with a smile, "You may not believe it, but after my Origin Sea expanded to 300,000 kilometers, I suddenly had an epiphany. If my Origin Sea could reach 400,000 kilometers, it might be a great opportunity to turn into a star." At this time, Han Fei seemed to have completely forgotten the truth that this god said before. After pondering for a moment, the so-called god finally said, "You are indeed deceiving me. You have actually comprehended the way to use the heaven and earth Tao patterns and the way to crack this spear light. Human, do you know the consequences of deceiving a god?" Han Fei chuckled. "Oh, Senior, are you kidding me? I'm timid and can't stand it. I was so scared by you that I suddenly forgot the way to crack the seal." The god moaned for a moment. "Human, what do you want?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Senior, why don't you open up another 500,000 kilometers of resources for me? I'll definitely remember it." At that moment, Han Fei seemed to feel some kind of anger, but he didn't care. It was only a matter of time before he fell out with this god. When he used the 50,000 kilometers of resources unscrupulously, he was already ready to fall out with this god. The god shouted, "Human, I predicted your extraordinary luck, so I brought you here. I can bring you here, but I can also destroy you." Han Fei sneered. "Oh, really? Senior, you want to destroy me now? This is simply too disappointing for this junior." As he spoke, Han Fei's energy soared and his strength burst out. With a wave of his hand, rare treasures condensed into a spear, engraved with the heaven and earth Tao patterns. "What are you doing?" This time the god was horrified. He didn't expect that Han Fei would dare to attack him directly. He didn't expect that after tricking him, this person still wanted to seal him. Originally, because he had already broken some seals, he could exert some power. If he was forced to be sealed again, how could he survive? "Stop! Human, stop!" Han Fei's sudden outburst woke up the emperors from their visualization. They looked at the terrifying spear condensed in the void and couldn't help but widen their eyes. Someone exclaimed, "Is this the spear light that seals this place? What's going on? Is that fellow Taoist going to break the seal? He really comprehended it. He can actually cast such a spear light." In the next second, a golden light burst out, directly blocking everyone's sight. In the golden light, the so-called god shouted, "Human, you haven't even turned into a star yet. Who gave you the courage to attack a god?" Clang! At this moment, the spear light pierced down, and the god continued, "Human, do you think anyone can seal me? It's a piece of cake for me to suppress you." "A piece of cake? Then why don't you do it?" Han Fei sneered, and with a thought, a strange force between heaven and earth directly added some kind of power to his body. For a moment, Han Fei's body was shining with golden light. Puff, it turned out that the golden light that was supposed to be indestructible was taken away by Han Fei in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Han Fei only felt that his body was carrying a terrifying power. This power made it a little difficult for him to move, and he felt stiff all over as if petrified. A terrifying pressure crushed on Han Fei. This was the attack of the god. However, how could he know that Han Fei had directly deprived him of his defense? Therefore, this attack was destined to be in vain. On the contrary, Han Fei's sealing spear pierced through the golden light body of this creature. At the moment this seal was pierced, Han Fei clearly felt that the golden light crushing on him was weakened by at least 30%. How is this possible? The god roared. Han Fei smiled and said, "Senior, I haven't turned into a star yet, but I can also continue to seal you for 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years. In the past, that person suppressed you with 5 spear lights. I am weak, and 5 seals are definitely not enough. I can use 50, 500, 5,000, 50,000. What do you think?" At this time, Han Fei didn't have the slightest fear, and his mouth was full of sarcasm. The creature still wanted to struggle. "How dare you?" Han Fei continued to stretch out his hand to condense the spear light. While branding the Tao patterns of heaven and earth, he responded with a smile. "From the moment I understood this sealing technique, I knew it. The person who cast this technique just casually cast it. Just like I am now, I can borrow the Tao patterns of heaven and earth at will. Therefore, the person who sealed you doesn't see you as an opponent at all. This can only mean that for him, you are very weak." Then Han Fei continued, "You know that most of these people can't break this seal, but you still don't dare to let these people outside go. You're afraid that they will find an Emperor-level master, right? So you are afraid of an Emperor-level master. That is to say, your strength is not enough for you to keep an Emperor-level master. You don't even dare to bet against an ordinary Emperor-level master." In the end, Han Fei suddenly stood up. "So, no matter what your real strength is, you are really weak now." When he said this, Han Fei was very sure. Of course, although he guessed that now might be the weakest time of the god, he was also a master who could forcibly detain many heaven-opening state masters. If he wanted to have the qualification to negotiate with him, he must create a better condition for himself. And this condition was to seal him. Only when the strength of this god was greatly reduced could he have hope. So the second spear light pierced down without hesitation. Han Fei said, "Senior God, I just casually created this spear light. Maybe you can break it in a few days, but at least I have seized the opportunity. If I want to, you will be completely sealed. Now you only have the possibility of breaking the seal if you listen to me." Chapter 2275. Originally, although Han Fei had a lot of confidence, he was afraid. He was afraid that he would be suppressed by this god. However, he had the capital to back it up. His capital was openly admitting that he could break the seal of this place. This guy had been suppressed here for a long time. He must want to go out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have detained so many people. Since he wanted to go out and he could break the seal, even if he offended him, he had no reason to kill him. As long as he didn't kill him, he would have a chance to summon eldest senior brother. In any case, he won this bet. Although Han Fei didn't use the 9-palace destiny ruler to measure his luck, he knew that the crisis was over. Now, what Han Fei cared about most was how many resources this god could give him. He only dug out 3 treasures on the periphery of the god's ruin, but he was almost killed. It could be seen that danger and opportunity coexisted. Even if he was given another chance to dig, he wouldn't let his main body dig again. Otherwise, once the movement was too big and he provoked a late-stage celestial transformation powerhouse, he would really die. But this god must be very rich. Compared with massive resources and treasures, Han Fei didn't care so much now. What he lacked the most now was resources. As the origin sea was opened up, the more resources he would be lacking. Even if Han Fei knew that his plundering ability was very strong, it would take a long time for him to open up another 50,000 kilometers of the Origin Sea. Even if he killed 2 more late-stage celestial transformation powerhouses, it wouldn't be enough for him to open up 50,000 kilometers of the Origin Sea. So, how could Han Fei let go of such an opportunity? The god spirit watched as the second seal continued to press down, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. He had finally broken some seals. How could he let a junior seal him again? The god said, "Humans, stop. Let's talk this out." Haha. Han Fei grinned. "Senior, I'm also very reasonable. Senior, give me another 500,000 kilometers of resources, and I can save you. How can I believe you?" As a sign of sincerity, I can help Senior break the seals of the 2 original spear pillars first, and then replace them with the seals I set up. My seal isn't strong enough. It's not strong enough, so once we complete our transaction, Senior will be able to break the seal in a few days or even a few months. Han Fei was not stupid. Without the seal, how could he resist this guy who claimed to be a god? After a while, the god replied, "I don't have that many resources. With the size of your Origin Sea now, you probably don't need 500,000 kilometers of resources. At most, I can increase your Origin Sea by another 90,000 miles. Han Fei didn't believe it and said, "Senior, I'm not well educated. Don't lie to me. Senior, you're a dignified god, yet you're telling me that you only have these few resources?" At this moment, this god might have regretted calling himself a god for the first time. At this moment, he could only brace himself and say, "I'm trapped here. How can I get resources? Moreover, this 90,000 is equivalent to 260,000 kilometers of your normal Origin Sea. This is already an extremely ridiculous amount of resources." Han Fei shook his head. "It's none of my business. If there are no resources, we'll have to exchange them with something else. For example, God's crystal, heavenly jade essence, mystic yellow soil, chaotic spiritual soil, primordial spiritual soil, ultra-quality divine weapons, the flesh and blood of gods. These things." Han Fei immediately added, "Senior, don't tell me you don't have any. There are a lot of good things buried in the periphery of this place. I've dug them out." This god couldn't move now. Otherwise, he would have jumped up and slapped Han Fei through the face. "Do you really think I'm a F** king god? Primordial spiritual soil? Flesh and blood of gods? Why don't you go to heaven?" However, at this moment, Han Fei had the initiative. How dare he really challenge him? He said leisurely, "I can give you 5 pieces of heavenly jade essence, 11 pieces of God's crystal, and as much mystic yellow soil as a mountain. I don't have anything else. I do have a fragment of a chaotic treasure, but it needs to be reforged by a peak-level divine weapon forger to have any hope of returning it to a chaotic treasure." Shoot! Han Fei looked indifferent, but his heart was in turmoil. It was the first time that he had heard that mystic yellow soil could be calculated according to the size of a mountain. 5 pieces of heavenly jade essence? What AF * king tycoon? And the god's crystal, its quality is probably not inferior to the heavenly jade essence. Also, what is a chaotic treasure? What is a divine weapon forger? This was the first time he had heard it. Forget it. I can't show my uncultured side. Anyway, it's at least a divine level weapon. It just so happens that my gourd has a hole and has become a fragment. I wonder if this can be used to make up for it. But how could Han Fei let this guy go so easily? He pondered for a moment and said, "I'm a little tempted by what you said, but these resources are not enough to turn me into a star. So this is not enough. Senior, do you really think I will believe what you said? That's all you have, right?" With that said, Han Fei took out the navigator and drew 2 words in the void, which were true and false, respectively. Han Fei's voice was leisurely. Is he telling the truth or a lie? However, the next moment, Han Fei frowned slightly. The navigator failed. Then he heard the god say, Your nautical instrument is not bad, but its limit is the heaven-opening realm. It's useless for you to use it on me." Han Fei was shocked. It seemed that both the navigator and the nine-palace ruler of Providence had their limits. They were both at the level of human, holy weapons. In fact, in theory, they were only at the same level as the sea, quelling bizarre treasures. But because of their uniqueness, they were probably comparable to divine weapons. However, this thing couldn't be used on venerable emperors, which meant that it had its limit. Han Fei shrugged. "Anyway, I don't believe it. With my strength and resources, I can get them with a little time. But Senior, your seal can't be unlocked with a little time." Han Fei didn't care. Anyway, he was just bluffing the god. If this was really the god's limit, he wouldn't force it. In any case, after this wave, he still had another wave to deal with. The god was silent for a while and then said, "I can promise you an ultra-quality divine weapon, but I will not give it to you until you completely break the seal." Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Deal. As soon as he heard the words, ultra-quality divine weapon, Han Fei was satisfied. An ultra-quality divine weapon was enough for the three masters of the heavenly clan to hunt him down in person. Although he was weak, it was enough to prove the power of an ultra-quality divine weapon. And, to be honest, even if this god really gave him so many resources, he might not be able to digest them all in a short time. Besides, he couldn't really take all the resources from one person. The road of cultivation must be full of twists and turns. If the deal was really successful this time, his harvest in the god's ruin could be described as extremely rich, probably more than 1,000 years of cultivation. After the deal was reached, Han Fei said, "Senior, how about you give me a few people as well? The 3 guys who came with me are all clones of the masters. How about you help me kill them, Senior? Also, I have a blood-killing puppet. Senior, you should know it." Han Fei knew that even if he absorbed all the resources now, he might not be able to kill these 3 clones. Moreover, if he wanted a whetstone, it could be found everywhere in the wilderness. Wasn't it better to use the sea monster fortress to whet the knife? Why did he want to use these old bastards of the heavenly clan to whet the knife? The god said, "I'm sealed and can't fight. Because my bloodline is connected to the veins of the earth here, I can control the will of the Great Way in this area. But those 3 people have reached the late stage of the star transformation realm. Although I can kill them with the will of the Great Way, I will definitely kill everyone in the area. As for your blood-killing puppet, it is trapped in another place. After I unseal it, it will appear." Han Fei said, "In that case, please give them space to fight, Senior." The outside world. It had been more than a year. Many people had paid a lot of resources in order to fight for 10 years of life. Although they weren't sure if Han Fei would save them, they felt that Han Fei had to save himself, right? Since he wanted to save himself, why didn't he save them? In the worst case, he could give all his belongings to Han Fei. Anyway, as long as he could get out of here alive, he could get resources. Therefore, not a single person died in this 1 year. At the moment when the 2 spear pillars appeared, Han Fei was no longer shrouded in golden light. He stood on the top of the spear pillar, looked down at the emperors and said, Everything went smoother than I expected. It may not take 10 years to break the array. Maybe it will only take a few days." Hiss, wow, fellow cultivator, are you serious? Fellow cultivator, if you can break the seal this time, we will give you everything we have. There were also some who felt their lives tighten. Would this god let them go? Could this seal really be broken? Someone shouted, "Fellow cultivator, have you negotiated with Master God?" Han Fei knew what they were worried about, so he said, "Don't worry, since I can break the seal, I can guarantee everyone's safety. Of course, before that, I have a matter that I would like to ask seniors for help with. Fellow cultivator, please tell me. I'm willing to go through a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. Fellow cultivator, just say it. We will do our best to help you. Don't worry, fellow cultivator. No matter what, I will help you with this matter." In an instant, everyone stood up. Only the three experts of the Tian clan had ugly expressions on their faces. Han Fei inadvertently glanced at the three experts of the Tian clan, only to hear him say, "Me! I saved everyone. I hope that everyone can promise me one condition. In your lifetime, you must kill a heaven opening realm expert of the Tian clan, no matter who." At that moment, the expressions of the three elders of the Tian clan suddenly changed. What a ruthless kid! There were nearly 200 heaven opening realm experts here, and many of them were late-stage star transformation realm experts. With such a large group of people targeting the Tian clan, the consequences could be imagined? Ha ha ha! How big of a deal do I think it is? Fellow cultivator, as long as I meet those arrogant fellows of the Tian clan, I will definitely kill as many as I can. Fellow cultivator, don't worry. This will be the only big thing after I leave this place. Immediately, someone's heart skipped a beat. He pointed at the clones of the three elders of the Tian clan and said, "Fellow cultivator, these three are your enemies, right? Are they from the Tian clan?" For a moment, everyone's eyes were on the three of them. The elder leading the Tian clan coldly snorted, "I can't make a move here. What can you do to me? A bunch of clowns think they are worthy of touching my Tian clan. They are simply overestimating themselves." "Ha! You're crazy enough. I can't touch you now, but when the seal is broken, can you still escape?" It was at this moment that Han Fei suddenly said, "I forgot to tell everyone. Now you can attack at any time. Senior God has already agreed to not devour your power." The three elders of the Tian clan. Chapter 2276. When Han Fei said that this place was no longer devouring energy, everyone immediately sensed it and then exclaimed. Someone was ecstatic. "Ha ha ha! The vitality is no longer flowing away." Someone went crazy. "Good, good, good. The resources in the Origin Sea are about to dry up." Someone cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist and Lord Deity. May I know your name?" "Yes, fellow cultivator. You have done us a great favor. How can we not know your name?" Han Fei didn't hide it and said generously, "My name is Han Fei." Someone laughed and said, "Fellow cultivator Han Fei, wait a moment. We will cut off the heads of these three people now." Someone echoed, "Kill them. Damn heavenly race. How dare they be enemies with fellow cultivator Han Fei? They really don't know what death is." Someone unleashed the power of a late-stage star transformation cultivator and took the lead to attack. "How dare you be so arrogant with just 3 clones? You really don't know what death means." At that moment, in the valley, there were more than 200 heavenly opening state powerhouses, and none of them were mediocre. And with several late-stage star transformation cultivators taking the lead, the 3 people from the heavenly race were instantly overwhelmed by their power. Hundreds of mountains around them were flattened, and the scene was a mess. During this period, Han Fei saw the strength of the 3 powerhouses of the heavenly race. It could be said that they could shatter the sky and crack the earth with a flip of their hands. Their speed was extremely fast. However, even though they were so strong, under the bombardment of more than 200 powerhouses, their energy was rapidly consumed. How could mere clones resist this group of ruthless people who were used to fighting in the wilderness? Therefore, the 3 of them only lasted for 100 minutes before they were shattered by the Emperors. There was no room for resistance at all. Someone held a thunder hammer and blasted out tens of thousands of lightning bolts. Someone released a strange poison that even corroded the void, leaving holes everywhere. Someone burst out a spear light, which actually contained 30% of the God-sealing spear's aura. Seeing this scene, Han Fei sighed in his heart. Sometimes the more people there were, the more power there was. They were all at the heavenly opening state. Even a group of tormented spirits could kill a powerhouse like in Taiping, let alone a group of emperors who had fought in the wilderness. Han Fei was very satisfied. He cupped his hands at the emperors and said, "Thank you for your help." Please wait for a few months for me to break the seal. Haha, it's just a trivial matter. How can we delay fellow Taoist Han Fei from breaking the seal? Just break it, don't worry about us. At the same time, the 3 clones crumbled. On a large ship outside the god's ruin, the experts of the 3 heavenly races suddenly opened their eyes. Almost at the same time, they felt as if something was missing in their hearts. All these years, they had been waiting here for their clones to return. However, at this moment, their hopes were shattered. Their doppelgangers, which carried nearly 40% of their power, had actually fallen in the god's ruins. This was something they could not accept. The leaders said, "Let's go. If this place can destroy our clones, then it can also destroy us. Since our avatars have perished, I reckon that Brad has perished as well. Now, it seems like there must be a great secret here, and we must ask the Emperor venerable masters of our clan to come here." As it spoke, the ship turned around and leapt into the void. The deal between Han Fei and the gods was quite careful. The main reason was that this god was too cautious. Every time Han Fei broke a spear column, he would give Han Fei 20% of the promised resources and various treasures. Han Fei prepared for more than half a month. Suddenly, he rose into the sky and forged one spear column after another with the high-level refining materials in the mountain and part of his origin sea. At that moment, everyone looked up at the sky. They felt the sharp Taoist rhyme in the spear column. Then they saw the void tremble, and strange marks appeared all over the sky. When those marks were imprinted on the spear column, a god-sealing spear appeared. When 36 god-sealing spears appeared in the sky, Han Fei used the 36 spears to form a sealing formation. Based on the god-sealing spear, he formed a spear array. Dong, 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 when all the spear array enveloped him, the brilliant golden light dimmed, and the range shrank by more than 10 times. The emperors witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and their hearts were filled with excitement. Someone was shocked. Fellow Taoist Han Fei is very talented. In just 6 years, not only did he comprehend the spear art, but he can also use the Taoist patterns at will. Peerless heavenly talent. He's really a peerless heavenly talent. Although there are Taoist patterns in the world who can easily use them. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Han Fei could use them so easily. Wow. He can challenge the heavenly races and escape from the clones of the 3 heavenly races. How can he be mediocre? For a moment, they saw the hope of going out. In the sky, Han Fei didn't stop. He pressed his palm on the god sealing spear that was set up by the strong masters in the past. On the spear column, the Taoist patterns disappeared one by one, and finally all disappeared. When the dense Taoist patterns dissipated by more than half, cracks appeared on the spear column. This scene made the emperors hold their breath. They had been prepared to die, but they didn't expect that they would miraculously survive. Sometimes, when luck comes, it's really unstoppable. When the first spear column collapsed, the golden light that had shrunk by more than 10 times expanded again by 4 or 5 times. Phew! Han Fei took a breath, jumped to another spear column, and said, "Senior, it's time to give me the second share of resources." 1 month later, when the third spear column collapsed, everyone clearly felt that the world here was different. They had a hunch that they could go out. At this moment, in addition to the 2 spear columns on the golden light, Han Fei temporarily sealed this so-called god with 108 spear columns. On this day, Han Fei stood on the 4th spear column, looked at the more than 200 strong masters, and said, "Everyone, there are 2 more spear columns, and this seal will be broken. Now that you can leave this place, you'd better leave quickly. It's best to leave this god's ruin within half a month, and don't set foot here easily again." How could these heaven-opening state powerhouses not understand what Han Fei meant? From the moment they saw him reconstruct the seal but remove the original seal, they knew that Han Fei didn't trust this so-called god. He knew that Han Fei did not trust this so-called god, but his strength was not enough to seal this god-level powerhouse with a single spear. Therefore, Every time Han Fei wanted to remove a spear column, he had to set up 36 spear column seals to replace the original one. Now, there were only 2 spear columns sealed, so Han Fei became more and more careful. If the remaining seals couldn't seal this god, the consequences would be unbearable. At this moment, no one refused. No one wanted to bet on this last probability. Besides, they wouldn't get any benefits, even if they didn't bet. If they won, they would live. But if they lost, they would lose their lives. And they could leave now, so why bother? Immediately, someone cupped his fists. "Fellow Taoist Han Fei, let's have a drink and chat when we meet again. I'm determined to make friends with you. Today, I can't help you, so I'm leaving first." Someone echoed, "Fellow Taoist Han Fei, if I leave today, I will be the enemy of the heavenly clan. I will kill as many as I can, not just one of them." Someone looked grateful. "Fellow Taoist Han Fei, I'm Lu Wen. I can't repay you, but all my resources are here. Please accept them, Brother Han." Although Han Fei only asked them to help kill one heaven-opening state powerhouse of the heavenly clan, they would definitely choose those they could kill. However, they would definitely choose those that they could kill, and those that they couldn't, they wouldn't seek their own deaths. After reaching the heavenly opening state, in order to not feel guilty in the future, all their resources were nothing. Lu Xiong is right. Brother Han, I have all my resources. Please take them, Brother Han. In an instant, a large pile of resources was sent to Han Fei. As the saying went, there were many righteous people in the wilderness. Although these people were not necessarily good people, they had reached the heavenly opening state. But for them to be able to split the heavens, they had to have something in their hearts. No matter how much they valued resources, they could give them up now. Han Fei cupped his fists. "In that case, thank you, everyone. The sea is wide and the water is long. Please take care." When all these people left, the god moaned, "Human, do you think I will hurt them?" Han Fei smiled and said, "I don't know." The god's voice was indifferent. "There are no friends on the path of cultivation. These people are just impulsive. If you are really caught by the heavenly clan, they will definitely hand you over." Han Fei laughed. "So be it. I will definitely trample the heavenly clan under my feet one day. I am afraid that they don't know me." Han Fei didn't hide his clones. Neza's clone and Zhang Daqian's clone all had their own purposes. However, on this trip to the divine capital dynasty, if there were no accidents, Han Fei's name would definitely appear. Another month passed. When Han Fei stood on the last wall pillar, a small world flew in front of him. When Han Fei stuffed this small world into the origin sea, there was a black yellow mountain in it. Good heavens! When Han Fei saw the black yellow mountain, the god said, "This black yellow mountain is enough to strengthen your origin sea. It is also a reward for saving me." Han Fei smiled and said, "Senior, don't forget that there is still the last ultra-quality divine weapon." The god's voice was leisurely. "In fact, the 4 seals have been broken. You should know that they can no longer trap me." Han Fei smiled and said, "I know, but I can trap you for a while. If you don't give it to me, I will find a venerable emperor during this period. Senior, do you really think that a heavenly talent like me is wild?" The god didn't speak, but said, "If you break the last seal, I will give it to you." Han Fei shook his head. "If I break the last seal, you must give it to me. Otherwise, I am afraid that I can't escape from this god's ruins." "Okay." Han Fei thought for a while and said, "Senior, I have a blood puppet at the late stage of the star transformation realm. It has been a long time. Can you give it back to me?" Maybe because the blood puppet was too far away from him, he didn't notice it. Therefore, before he broke the seal, he had to take the blood puppet away. The void twisted one after another, and a blood puppet jumped out of a mountain inexplicably. Seeing this, Han Fei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't lose it. This puppet was equivalent to a supermaster. It was of great significance. no less than an ultra-quality divine weapon. It would be a great loss if he lost it. Chapter 2277. As usual, after Han Fei broke about 1/3 of the patterns on the last spear pillar, he heard crack, and a faint crack appeared on the spear pillar. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly stopped and said, "Senior, it's time to give him an ultra-quality divine weapon." The god didn't dare to take the risk. With this half a seal, plus Han Fei's seals, he could be suppressed for at least 2 months. Of course, if he was willing to erupt, it might not even take 2 months. But as Han Fei said, he was not sure if Han Fei could call a venerable emperor. From Han Fei's discussion with him about expanding the limit of the Origin Sea, he knew that Han Fei had an expert behind him. This was also the reason why he did not dare to gamble. However, compared to his freedom, a supreme-grade divine artifact was naturally more important. Therefore, after some thought, this so-called god threw out a red bead. The moment this fiery red bead appeared in front of Han Fei, information popped up in his eyes. Name God's Rosary Introduction. This is a divine thought bead refined from the bitter sea lotus seed, a chaos spiritual treasure, and the blood essence of a god. Wearing this pearl would allow one to have an affinity with the heavenly Tao, and one could unconditionally borrow the energy of the heavenly Tao to temper one's body and soul every day. When activated during a battle, it could increase one's combat strength by 10%. It could protect one's soul from being confused and falling into illusions. The prayer bead was holy and pure, able to block all evil and avoid billions of great poisons. It can slowly increase the wearer's luck. Quality: ultimate divine artifact, attached spirit, none effect, using the way of heaven to temper the body, keep the soul clear, repel all evils, resist all poisons, and strengthen one's luck. Recastable: unrefined. Note, do not easily attach a soul to it. Souls that are not compatible with it will not be able to fuse with it. Bastard. When Han Fei saw some of the attributes of the god's prayer beads, he was shocked. It was an assistive divine artifact. This was definitely an assistive divine artifact. On the surface, it didn't seem to have much effect in all aspects. Tempering his body every day meant that he was only slightly tempering his body every day. He could only borrow the power of the heavenly energy to increase his battle prowess by 10%, and the god-murdering gloves could increase his battle prowess by 30%. However, it couldn't stop the effects of the divine prayer beads. In the face of those guys who cultivated Yang's spirit in the Ghost Strait, it was simply a natural enemy. Besides, he was also shocked by the fact that he was immune to all poisons. Did it mean that he didn't need to cultivate his poison resistance? What's more, this thing could even increase one's luck. Luck was a mysterious thing, and generally speaking, it couldn't be stolen. Only in certain circumstances and under certain circumstances could one fight for it. Therefore, in summary, it was not an exaggeration to call this god's thought bead a supreme godly weapon. Buzz! A trace of obsession flashed through Han Fei's eyes, but then he felt the void shake. Han Fei picked up the god prayer beads and stuffed them into the Origin Sea. In the next moment, he vanished from this world. What a joke! If I don't run now, am I supposed to wait for him to break free from the seal? Swoosh, 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 Han Fei directly soared to 6 times the speed of light. This was mainly because he had experienced the great Tao of space of the Tian clan powerhouse and learned a bit of its essence, which increased his speed to 4 times the speed of light. Coupled with the power of time in his body, he was able to burst forth with 6 times the speed of light. No matter what happened behind him, Han Fei only had one thought in his mind: run. Whether the opponent was a real god or not, he was at least at the level of an emperor. He had tricked him so much. If he didn't run now, would he wait for the opponent to catch up? After running for a long time, Han Fei finally left the god's ruin. At this time, he didn't think of digging any treasures. He swore that he would never come to the god's ruin again. Under the guidance of the nautical panorama, Han Fei ran straight to where Zhou Jingjing and the others were. However, what Han Fei didn't know was that just half a day after he ran, a big crack appeared on the last spear pillar with a crack. The golden light had been completely withdrawn at this moment, and it was the skeleton of a strange fish. The skeleton was crystal clear and transparent, as if gold and jade had completely blended. If Han Fei saw it, he would definitely be shocked. Is this AF asterisk King God? How could it be a god when it had become AF asterisk King Skeleton? It must have been nailed to death for tens of thousands of years. Tutu, below the skeleton, an oval-shaped golden shell rose from the ground. Then, a tortoise head emerged from the soil. This little turtle was shining brilliantly, but a trace of panic flashed in its eyes. All its strength was gathering towards the spear pillar. He murmured, hurry up. Oh no, I don't know if the Emperor Sparrow has found me. This generation of the Emperor Sparrow has been born. I have to go back to the divine beasts as soon as possible. Han Fei, the Emperor Sparrow. Han Fei didn't know that the real God was dead, nor did he know that everything was pretended by the little turtle, nor did he know that the little turtle was actually panicking too. While Han Fei was running for his life, the little turtle was also breaking the seal with all its might. One day later, Han Fei, who was running wildly, suddenly heard the voice of the Emperor Sparrow in his mind. He said, I don't know why, but I seem to feel the aura of a divine beast. I'm afraid it's not a god that's trapped in the god's ruin. Han Fei said, a divine beast is not something that I can resist, right? F asterisk CK. He's so far away, but you can still feel him. Don't tell me he's chasing you. No, I have to run quickly. Zhou Jingjing had been wandering around the periphery of the god's ruin all these years. However, more than 20 days ago, she started running desperately. For some reason, she met 3 groups of lone wolves in just 5 days, all of whom were at the heaven opening state. 2 of them were at the star transformation state, and the other one was not far from it. She was chased by 2 groups of people. If she hadn't called out the 5 experts of the giant whale fortress, they would have been killed. Even so, all 5 of them were injured. Later, Zhang Daqian told them to run away, no matter where they went, as long as they were away from the god's ruin first. Zhang Daqian naturally knew that his main body was in a desperate situation. Part of the reason he took Little Fatty with him was to prepare for emergencies. If he needed to be reborn, Little Fatty might be able to help him. But now it seemed that many experts were running away from the god's ruin. Although he didn't know why they were running, it didn't seem to be a good thing. Somewhere deep in the strait, Zhou Jingjing and the others set up a formation that they thought was very powerful. But in fact, it was not very powerful. Zhou Jingjing felt that she had run far enough after running for half a month. She needed to maintain her peak strength to face the crisis. Zhang Daqian's clone didn't object to this. In this formation, there were only Zhang Daqian's clone and Zhou Jingjing. Zhou Jingjing said, why don't you want to stay in the giant whale fortress? 2 stars together are easy to be discovered. Zhang Daqian's clone said indifferently, I'm just at the peak of the sea expansion realm. It doesn't matter. Besides, I have a reason to stay outside. Zhou Jingjing wondered, are you waiting for your main body? Zhou Jingjing still didn't know that the one beside her was the real Zhang Daqian. Zhang Daqian's clone said, yes. I don't know how long my main body will be gone. Once something happens to my main body, I have to go and take back all the things he left behind. Zhou Jingjing rolled her eyes. If something happens to him, how strong will his opponent be? You'll take it back? You're just a clone at the peak of the sea expansion realm. Can you take it back? Zhang Daqian smiled faintly. Don't look down on sea expansion realm cultivators. There are many sea expansion realm cultivators who can cut open the sky. Zhou Jingjing snorted. Zhang Daqian had disappeared for more than 6 years. During these 6 years, there was no news at all. She always felt that he must have run into trouble. Otherwise, with that guy's terrifying strength, How could it take so long for him to escape from the siege of the Crab King city? In fact, in the giant whale fortress, everyone was already dissatisfied, because in the past 6 years, she only dared to let some sea expansion realm cultivators out to train. Most of the time, everyone had to stay in the giant whale fortress. Because the god's ruin was too dangerous, there were countless heaven expansion realm cultivators coming in and out. In the past few years, they had encountered as many as dozens of sea monster fortresses. They were all here to search for treasures. Who dared to train here? Originally, Zhou Jingjing and the other emperors were going to search for treasures, but they were stopped by Zhang Daqian. However, the resources needed for 110,000 people to cultivate could be described as an astronomical figure. Coupled with the large amount of resources that had been supplied before, now that there was a sudden decrease, many people had long been dissatisfied. Suddenly, a spear pierced through the sky. A terrifying spear technique pierced through the seal that Zhou Jingjing and the others had set up. You call this a formation? Ridiculous. I'll give you a chance to hand over all your resources. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Zhou Jingjing was shocked. How could they find out? Although the other party said to hand over resources, they definitely wouldn't believe the part that he had handed over. Therefore, the moment he handed over resources, the other party would definitely ask for more. In the wilderness, apart from his own people, Zhou Jingjing had never trusted anyone except Han Fei. Zhou Jingjing's heart thumped, and the giant whale fortress appeared. Swish, swish, swish. 4 heaven expansion realm cultivators walked out of the mouth of the giant whale. The spear-wielding middle-aged man showed a disdainful look. Oh, so it's a sea monster fortress. Then there must be more resources. The 5 of you are all wounded. You are no match for me. Hand over your resources. Don't force me to fight. Of course, Zhou Jingjing wouldn't give in when resources were involved. Also, among the 5 of them, someone seemed to have observed the stars and speculated. He immediately shouted, "This man's stars are not dazzling. They're just ordinary. He's just putting on a strong front. Jingjing, don't be afraid. We can fight." Zhou Jingjing immediately became spirited and shouted in a low voice, "Go!" Pucci, the moment Zhou Jingjing was about to attack, a spear aura burst out. Before Zhou Jingjing and the others could react, the spear aura directly nailed the guy who had just spoken to the bottom of the sea. The middle-aged man grasped at the void and grabbed another spear aura, which pierced through the void. In that stab, half of the body of the 5th brother of the giant whale fortress was blown up. 2 casual attacks directly stunned Zhou Jingjing and the others. Didn't they say that the stars were not dazzling? Didn't they say that they couldn't? How could they be so strong? Swish, swish, bam, bam, bam. In the blink of an eye, 4 of Zhou Jingjing's 5 brothers were nailed. At this moment, Zhou Jingjing burst out a blade aura and clashed with the spear. This was the momentum of the draw technique that she had integrated into the battle. The man couldn't help but be surprised and said with a smile, "Interesting. You can actually block one of my spear attacks." The man condensed another spear, and this time a Taoist pattern appeared. This stab didn't allow Zhou Jingjing to fight back at all. At that moment, Zhou Jingjing felt that his strength was completely suppressed, and he couldn't resist at all. Clang! Just when Zhou Jingjing thought it was over, and his giant whale fortress was about to be destroyed, suddenly, Zhang Daqian's clone sensed something and immediately shouted, "Fellow cultivator Lu Wen, wait!" Lu Wen was shocked and couldn't help but dodge the spear. He looked at Zhang Daqian and couldn't help but frown, thinking, "I don't know him. Besides, this guy is just at the peak of the sea expansion realm. How dare he call me fellow cultivator? Does he want to die?" Lu Wen narrowed his eyes. "Boy, you've got guts." Zhang Daqian stood with his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. "My name is Han Fei." Chapter 2278. Fellow cultivator Han Fei? Lu Wen was shocked. How could this person be Han Fei? Lu Wen was puzzled. After staring at John Dakian's clone for a few seconds, he suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. However, someone was flying toward them at superluminal speed. After a few seconds, when Han Fei appeared, he couldn't help but tease fellow cultivator Lu Wen. If I had come one step late, my clone would have been killed by you. Hiss. Lu Wen looked at John Dakian and then at Han Fei. He was embarrassed and quickly restrained his killing intent. He smiled bitterly and said, "Well, I really didn't know these people were Brother Han's subordinates. I almost killed them by mistake. I'm really ashamed." The moment Han Fei returned, Zhou Jingjing and the other heaven opening realm experts of the giant whale fortress all heaved a sigh of relief. As long as this person returned, everything would be fine. However, what shocked them was that Han Fei seemed to have experienced a lot in the past few years. A super expert like Lu Wen actually had such an attitude towards Han Fei. This puzzled them. In their view, Lu Wen was a powerhouse who had already reached the star transformation realm, and he was not an ordinary star transformation realm powerhouse. With his strength, he could easily take on 5 people at once. Such a powerhouse. Even if he could not defeat Han Fei, wasn't his attitude a little too friendly? Han Fei smiled and said, "As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. Hey, fellow cultivator Lu Wen, didn't you leave a few months ago? Why are you still wandering around outside the god's ruin?" Lu Wen's expression became awkward. "Brother Han, I'm ashamed to say this. After coming out, we wanted to leave directly, but we used up a lot of energy in the god's ruin. Our strength has not recovered yet, so we naturally wanted to get some resources first. Considering that Brother Han still has a few months to go, most of us only left the god's ruin and hunted nearby. Because there were many experts who came because of your reputation, it was easier for us to hunt. That was why we didn't leave in time." Han Fei immediately understood. He said, "See, but fellow cultivator Lu, I'm afraid we have to go far away now. If there are no accidents, that person will come out in half a month at most." Hiss. Lu Wen was shocked. So fast? Lu Wen's heart shook and he immediately cupped his fists to Han Fei. "Thank you for reminding me, Brother Han. Otherwise, I would have hunted here for a few days. In that case, Brother Han, shall we go together?" Han Fei shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "Brother Lu, do you think that person will let me go?" Lu Wen shivered and seemed to understand something. It seemed that the relationship between Han Fei and the god was quite strange. They must have some secrets that they didn't know. Now that Han Fei said so, he naturally didn't dare to go with Han Fei. Han Fei didn't care about that. He said, "Brother Lu, you seem to have a deep understanding of the spear too." Of course, Lu Wen knew that his avatar must have synchronized the scene just now with his real body. He laughed and said, "We've been trapped here for so long, it would be a lie to say that we haven't learned anything. However, our comprehension is definitely much lower than Brother Han's. It's impossible to mold a spear pillar." Han Fei nodded slightly. That was true. The spear pillar was there at that time, and everyone was a heaven-opening realm expert. Who couldn't understand it? However, just as Lu Wen said, they couldn't have understood much. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have died. Han Fei nodded slightly. "Fellow cultivator Lu Wen, I have to go first. I have to run for a while in case that person catches up." Lu Wen was also shocked. He cupped his fists at Han Fei and said, "Brother Han is so righteous. I wish I could help you." "Me. Brother Han, I think if you want to avoid that person, you'd better go to a super force." The Divine Capital Dynasty, where countless experts of the Divine East Sea gather. The great Dongwu Emperor ruled the Divine Land alone and was the strongest venerable sovereign of the Divine Land of the Eastern Sea. I think that person won't really dare to go to the Divine Capital Dynasty, like he said. Great Emperor Dongwu, the strongest emperor of the Divine East Sea? Han Fei's heart moved. If he was called the strongest, he definitely couldn't be weak. Han Fei immediately nodded. Thank you for your advice, Brother Lu. After bidding farewell to Lu Wen, Zhou Jingjing and the others looked at Han Fei strangely. Why didn't we understand the conversation between the two of them? Who is that person you're talking about? Why does it sound like there's a strong expert chasing you? Also, what kind of enemy would go to the divine capital dynasty to seek protection from the great Emperor Dongwu? Seeing the confusion in their eyes, Han Fei waved his hand and a healing divine chain moved back and forth on the bodies of Zhou Jingjing and the others. The injuries of Zhou Jingjing and the others healed rapidly. Zhou Jingjing was the first to recover. He quickly asked, "Who was that person just now?" Han Fei said, "Just a friend. You've been waiting nearby for years." "Very good." Zhou Jingjing really wanted to roll his eyes at Han Fei, but he immediately said, "Are you going to the divine capital dynasty?" Before, Han Fei didn't tell Zhou Jingjing and the others that he was going to the divine capital dynasty to participate in the major competition of 10,000 years. But there was no need to hide it. Now he had to find a place to cultivate in seclusion for a while, and then he had to go to the divine capital dynasty. For a long time in the future, he probably wouldn't go looking for a whetstone to sharpen himself. In fact, after the baptism of thunder and several life and death battles, his foundation had basically been consolidated, and he didn't need to look for people to fight as before. So Han Fei paused and said, "In the gods' ruins, something unexpected happened. In the future, I won't go hunting some sea monster fortresses anymore. So, in the future, you don't have to be my bait. So I'll give you another chance. Are you still willing to follow me? If not, I'll give you some resources for your good performance over the years. In the future, we'll go our separate ways." Immediately, the heaven-opening realm experts behind Zhou Jingjing were startled as they stared at Zhou Jingjing. In fact, they had secretly advised Zhou Jingjing several times. Han Fei was a real god's favored one, not someone that ordinary independent cultivators could compare to. Following Han Fei often led them into dangerous places, and they might get into trouble one day. Although they had to be careful as sea monster fortresses, they were still free and didn't have to be others' followers. Zhou Jingjing couldn't help but think of Lu Wen just now, who fought against 5 people casually. What did this mean? It meant that they were too weak. So what if they were heaven-opening state experts? In the wilderness, there was no shortage of heaven-opening state experts. What was lacking was powerful heaven-opening state experts. As for the sea monster fortress, digging and plundering everywhere, would it really make people as powerful as they were just now? It seemed that they were following a normal template. As long as they cultivated hard, their strength would gradually become stronger. But people like Han Fei took an extreme path. Although it was dangerous, the upper limit of their growth was too high, and they had many adventures. For example, in the years when he was Han Fei's bait, his strength increased explosively. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Jingjing suddenly raised his head. "If we are willing to follow you, what will you do to us?" Han Fei casually glanced at the people behind Zhou Jingjing and then at Zhou Jingjing. "You're about to turn into a star, right?" Zhou Jingjing said, "In fact, I have already started to turn into a star. The 360,000 kilometers of the origin sea have begun to turn into a star. Now the process has been going on for a while, and 1/5 of it has been completed." Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect this because he hadn't asked about it. Han Fei asked, "Why are you still so weak when you're about to turn into a star?" Zhou Jingjing. The emperors. Zhou Jingjing and the others were speechless. Weak? Han Fei couldn't help but ponder. Oh, that's not bad. Lu Wen had turned into a star for a long time. He had traveled a long way after turning into a star and had many adventures. It seemed reasonable for him to fight against 5 people alone. However, you're still too weak. If you follow me, I can teach you some great techniques which can make your strength improve by leaps and bounds. However, if you follow me, your life is mine. What I'm going to do in the future is very dangerous, and you may die at any time. Are you still willing to follow me? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Being a star transformation powerhouse was actually not weak, so he shouldn't despise them. If he wanted to overthrow the Scavenger City, he needed some help. After all, Scavenger City wasn't his only enemy. Primordial City was also his enemy. Those were just the enemies on the chaotic wasteland. And he would definitely go to the heavenly clan of the divine land of the East Ocean in the future. The little vine of the demon purification pot must be obtained by him. In this way, he had too many enemies, and the basic combat power he needed must be at least at the heaven-opening realm, right? It might not be a bad thing to slowly collect them from now on. Besides, Zhou Jingjing and the others were not the key. The population in the Sea Monster Fortress was also one of the potential stocks. If these people grew up, they would also be a force to be reckoned with. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. It was a pity that he couldn't wander in the wilderness all the time. Otherwise, he could try to build a mobile castle. Zhou Jingjing's heart skipped a beat when she heard that Han Fei could teach them techniques. She believed what Han Fei said. She had only watched the battle for a few years, and her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. If Han Fei taught them techniques personally, it was foreseeable that their strength would grow rapidly. Zhou Jingjing looked back at the others. Some of the others shook their heads slightly, and some were lost in thought. Zhou Jingjing seemed to know what they were thinking, so she said, "Then what about the more than 100,000 people in my giant whale fortress?" Han Fei said, "I won't take you to the Divine Capital Dynasty. The 10,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty is around the corner. Strong people from all walks of life will gather there, and it will be extremely dangerous. It doesn't make sense to take you there. If you are willing to follow me, you can wait for me outside the chaotic wasteland. Don't rush to answer me. If I don't find you within 100 years, you can leave on your own." Zhou Jingjing was overjoyed when she heard this. She really didn't dare to go to the Divine Capital Dynasty. But if it was a remote place near the chaotic wasteland, why wouldn't she dare? However, Zhou Jingjing was thinking, the wilderness is so vast, isn't Han Fei afraid that they will run away? But when she remembered the navigator that Han Fei once showed, she immediately understood. Yes, with that kind of treasure, how could he worry about them running away? So Zhou Jingjing took a deep breath. "I am willing to follow you." Chapter 2279. It was not easy to recruit followers, especially in a place like the wilderness. People's hearts couldn't be won so easily. The reason why Han Fei felt that Zhou Jingjing and the others were useful was that he had been in contact with them for a long time and had a certain understanding of their temperament and pursuit. Therefore, when Han Fei recruited them, he also gave them a batch of resources. This amount of resources was about 1/5 of the resources that the fake god gave him. The specific amount was about all the resources that a sea expansion realm cultivator could use to completely develop his origin sea. For a heaven expansion realm cultivator, this amount of resources was actually not much, but not little either. In addition, Han Fei did teach Zhou Jingjing and the others some great techniques. He passed on some secret techniques, such as the chaotic demon body that Tai Yuan cultivated, the ancient desolate war body that he used, the Beast King's soul-devouring roar, and the heavenly crystal's void divine walking technique. Among them, some were for the venerable realm, some for the sea expansion realm, and some for the heaven expansion realm. These things were all used by Han Fei himself. They were not common goods. With Han Fei's current strength, he could release some of these things. Because he didn't have absolute trust in Zhou Jingjing and the others for the time being, Han Fei still had some reservations. As for whether he would give them more care in the future, it would depend on their performance. 30 years later, in the ruins of a secret realm in the wilderness, a dusty statue was sitting cross-legged, like an antique that had been silent for a long time. In this secret realm, there were a few venerable realm crabs cultivating here and attracting spiritual energy. Suddenly, the statue suddenly opened its eyes, and some kind of golden light burst out. Swoosh! As Han Fei slowly opened his eyes. The dust on his body was instantly shaken away. Clatter, clatter, clatter. As Han Fei slowly got up, cracking sounds came from his body. This time, the corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly, but then he calmed down and frowned slightly. It's done. Han Fei sighed slightly. Over the years, the resources obtained from the fake god had been consumed up in less than 3 years. For the rest of the time, Han Fei had been waiting for the 5th divine elixir to mature. While waiting, he refined his body in the Star Sea quagmire and comprehended the way of speed in the Star Sea. Unfortunately, Han Fei felt that because he hadn't turned into a star yet, he didn't make much progress. Until now, its basic speed had not reached 5 times the speed of light. The only fortunate thing was that in the past 30 years his body and soul had reached a great balance. Han Fei, whose strength had skyrocketed, was deeply aware of the shortcomings of his soul. These years he had been tempering his will and waiting for the 5th divine pill. Now that the 5th divine elixir had matured, Han Fei knew that it was time for him to fix the defects in his soul. Buzz! The next moment, Han Fei appeared in the Origin Sea, where the vines of the demon purification pot grew. Looking at the reddened little pill, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. You were about to mature 30 years ago, but you didn't mature until now. I fed you a lot too. Whether I can cultivate the Yang spirit or not depends on you today. Yes, Han Fei was going to build the Yang god. Ever since he saw the Yang spirits of the group of people in the Ghost Strait, Han Fei had already set his goal. It doesn't make sense that they can practice Yang spirit, but I can't. My soul is not lower than theirs, and it's even much higher than most people's. The Emperor Sparrow said that the fusion of soul and will could create a Yang spirit. Senior Brother Azure Dragon also said that the will could replace the soul and make it invincible, which was the path of extreme body cultivation. Han Fei thought that the soul was still very useful. The god-slaying gloves and the god prayer beads were both useful for the soul. Besides, invincibility was only theoretical. Besides, the extreme body cultivators might not be stronger than him in terms of physique. Therefore, Han Fei still felt that he should fuse his soul and will and cultivate the Yang spirit first. In this way, his body and soul would not be destroyed, which would greatly increase his chances of survival in the sea realm. Han Fei stretched out his hand, and the 5th divine pill automatically fell off and fell into Han Fei's palm. He had been waiting for this day for so long, and Han Fei couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He had repeatedly deduced in his heart countless times and felt that there should be no problem. Han Fei grabbed the 5th divine pill, and with a thought, he appeared at the edge of the Star Sea. He stepped into the Star Sea quagmire and then stepped into the Star Sea. In the Star Sea, Han Fei sat cross-legged and condensed the invincible golden body. In this case, Han Fei activated the void fishing art, grabbed the 5th divine pill and swallowed it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that his body was extremely light. When he came back to his senses, he saw that he was sitting there cross-legged. My soul has left my body? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Although his soul was solid, it was not far away because he seemed to be imprisoned by some kind of power. It's the power of willpower. Han Fei realized that it was the invincible will that locked his soul and soul. However, this couldn't complete the fusion of willpower and soul. In the past, Han Fei could also use the invincible will at will. In the past, Han Fei could also leave his body, but he had no combat power and was fragile, so it was meaningless. Even if ordinary people could do the above 2 things, it didn't mean that they could fuse their willpower and soul. For example, in the Ghost Strait, they specialized in cultivating their souls. The secret techniques passed down from ancient times could fuse their willpower and soul. However, it was not achieved overnight. It was cultivated from an early age and slowly cultivated with secret skills. It was not until the will and the divine soul were almost integrated and the yang spirit was cultivated that the cultivation ended. But Han Fei didn't have that secret technique, nor did he know how to combine the soul and willpower. Maybe he would understand it in the future, but at least he didn't understand it now. But Han Fei had the fifth divine pill. The fifth divine pill could help the soul leave the body and open the eighth sense of the human soul. When he left the body, he felt that the mountains and rivers were shattered, the earth was flat, and everything in the world was heartless. He felt that there was no self in man, no self in the law, no self in the world, and he was the world. This was the original function of the fifth divine pill. Han Fei thought that this was definitely to cultivate the yang soul. At this moment, Han Fei only felt that his soul was expanding infinitely. He didn't feel very good, as if his soul was about to explode. Huff! His soul was expanding, and his willpower was suppressing. Both of them trembled at the same time. It might have been a day, a month, or just an hour. At this time, Han Fei's consciousness was no longer under his control. He felt that his soul was being crushed little by little. That kind of terrible pain was different from the pain of the physical body. It was like the feeling of his soul being crushed. In short, at this moment, Han Fei felt that the sky had collapsed. After a long time, Han Fei regained a little consciousness. He forgot who he was. He seemed to be everything in this world, and with a thought, a large amount of energy was devoured by him. However, it took Han Fei a long time to realize who he was. What was he devouring? Where did the things he devoured go? When Han Fei realized this, he saw a golden brilliance and a dark blue mist, intertwining and entangling. The two were also converging, forming a light gray mist that was neither gold nor blue, like the haze produced by sunlight penetrating the clouds. When he could gradually see what the haze was, Han Fei slowly revealed a look of shock. "This is me." For a moment, endless memories emerged rapidly, as if they had suddenly filled his mind. Yes, Han Fei instantly realized that he was cultivating the yang soul. He suddenly realized something and immediately looked down, only to find that not far away, his body was sitting there cross-legged. Han Fei quickly raised his hands, only to find that it was a hazy figure, a little weak, but he felt that he could even exert strength. Han Fei casually patted the distant sky with his palm. The void exploded, and a void storm was born, spinning for a moment before disappearing. Yang soul? Is this the yang soul? Han Fei immediately looked at his information. He wanted to see what his current information was like. A string of information appeared in his eyes. Owner Han Fei, level greater than 103. Sky Splitter Soul Enlightenment, C Clan Tree 200016, Chaotic Energy 290, 000, Divine Soul 582182, Perception Range 6. 5 million kilometers, Power 5746546 waves, First Spiritual Heritage, Primordial Vein, Second Spiritual Heritage, Vein of Eternal Darkness, First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit, Swallowing Fish level 99, Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow level 100, Main Art, Void Stealing, level 9 of Void Fishing, Emperor Ultra Quality. After cultivating for more than 30 years, he had the Heavenly Law Jade Essence, the God's Crystal, Open Source C, and wore the God's Prayer Bead every day, so it was only natural that his strength had grown. Han Fei even thought that he should break through the 6 million mark for both of them. However, cultivation in the Sky Splitter state was obviously more difficult than he thought. But this time, Han Fei was immediately attracted by his level. Before, every time he looked at the information, his level was displayed as 101. But this time, it directly became 103, and there was another word after the Sky Splitter state. Soul Enlightenment. Han Fei didn't understand what it meant for the time being, but the next moment, Han Fei found that the column that had been showing spiritual power had become soul. This change made Han Fei a little confused for a moment. Looking at the following data, It seemed to be the original spiritual power, but why did it become the soul now? Before, Han Fei had always thought that the soul was the limit of spiritual power, and it was the quantification of spiritual power. The relationship between the two was that the soul could contain spiritual power. But now it seemed that the spiritual power had directly become the soul. What did this mean? What was the relationship between the two now? Chapter 2280. Han Fei didn't understand this new data template, but he could still feel the power of the Yang spirit. It was just a wonderful feeling. He could touch his soul, and he felt that even if he fought with the strong with his Yang spirit body, it didn't seem to be a big deal. That feeling was just like his own body. Everything was natural. Thinking of his body, Han Fei stepped into it, and the Yang spirit directly merged into his body. And the Yang spirit that merged into his body at first felt a little jerky when it came into contact with his body again. But as he moved a little, he could control it freely again. However, when Han Fei wanted to continue to let the Yang spirit leave his body, he suddenly felt that his soul and body had a feeling of separation from each other. It was a sense of independence that was completely separated from his body. He felt that there was nothing wrong with not having a body. However, Han Fei didn't really want to do that. His body had been tempered, and he had gone through countless hardships to have today's body. How could he give it up so easily? Han Fei immediately woke up the old turtle. "Old Yuan, wake up, huh? What's wrong? Have you arrived at the sea of gods and demons?" Han Fei was stunned. "You only know about the sea of gods and demons every day." Han Fei said, "Let me ask you something. Do you know the real relationship between spiritual power and soul?" The old turtle paused and said, "Don't you know this? The power of your soul is naturally the strength of your soul. Spiritual power can be understood as the time you can continue fighting with your soul. The power of the soul is the external manifestation of spiritual power." Han Fei frowned. The old turtle didn't know this. He couldn't help saying, "Old Yuan, you are also in the heaven opening state. You should know the cultivation method after the heaven opening state, right? Have you ever heard of soul enlightenment?" Old Yuan was silent for a moment and said, "When you mention this word, I seem to remember something, but I really can't remember it. I'm just a remnant soul, and most of my soul was annihilated by the gourd. I've forgotten too many things, as you know." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay, don't talk about remnant souls. I've given you a lot of ownerless souls. I think you have already recovered. Don't talk about remnant souls every day." "Oh, do I have to stay awake?" Han Fei thought for a moment. Now that he was so strong, and the people he had met were all in the heaven opening realm, the old turtle had no advantage. However, although he didn't need to put the old turtle into a deep sleep, it was meaningless. Whether the old turtle was here or not, time didn't matter to him. It would be better to let him sleep until he went to the sea of divinity and demons and then wake him up. That way, he wouldn't have to listen to him ramble about the sea of divinity and demons. Forget it. Go back to sleep. I will go to the divine capital dynasty in a few years, and there will inevitably be a lot of fighting. If I really need you, I will call you. Shindu dynasty. The old turtle's heart skipped a beat. In the past, people of the devil Tao wouldn't dare to go to the divine capital dynasty so easily. In any case, I've never been there. Hee hee. Han Fei couldn't help sneering in his heart. Ignoring the old turtle, Han Fei summoned the Emperor Sparrow with a thought. As soon as DK came out, he said, "In the future, don't summon me and don't merge with me." Han Fei was confused. "Why?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "I thought about it. Decades ago, that guy must have been a divine beast. Although I haven't been in contact with a divine beast in this life, my inherited memory tells me that it was a divine beast. Besides, there are too many people going to participate in the 10,000-year competition, and there must be a lot of powerful people there. If I show up, I'm afraid you will be killed immediately." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay, but I have a question. Do you know that there is a realm called soul enlightenment in the heavenly creation state? Huh. DK immediately looked at Han Fei and sized him up suspiciously. How do you know this phrase? Han Fei was intrigued. Why? What special meaning does this term have? DK didn't ask further. Instead, he said, in my inherited memory, the first step of cultivation in the heavenly creation state is to turn into a star. The second step is to find a star path. And the last step is perfection. In fact, there is still a step between the second and the last step. However, this step differed from person to person. Some people's third step is world creation. Some people's third step is Emperor's Road. And some people's third step is called soul enlightenment. In fact, soul enlightenment is easy to understand. The immortal soul is comparable to heaven and earth. Of course, it can't really be comparable to heaven and earth. It's just a description. Han Fei was shocked. Wait a minute. The first step is to turn into a star. The second step is star path. And the third step is soul enlightenment, right? I reached the third step all of a sudden. I haven't turned into a star yet. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, soul enlightenment is the third step? The Emperor Sparrow said, theoretically, yes. Han Fei asked, what do you mean, theoretically? Can't it be the first step? DK immediately looked at Han Fei with a strange look. You've attained soul enlightenment? Han Fei yelled at the top of his voice, I've attained soul enlightenment. The Emperor Sparrow immediately tilted his head and looked at Han Fei with a complicated look. I just said that the first step is to turn into a star, and the third step is soul enlightenment. It's just that the first step for a normal person is not soul enlightenment. Star transformation and star path are closely related. So these two steps are the first and second steps. Did you encounter a great opportunity? Han Fei said, I ate a fruit. You ate a fruit? The Emperor Sparrow raised his voice as if he had just eaten a candy. However, when he thought about how he could become this guy's spiritual beast, it was not surprising that he had encountered a great opportunity. The Emperor Sparrow said, so, can your soul leave your body now? Han Fei nodded. Yes, this must be the so-called Yang Soul, right? As he spoke, Han Fei left his body for the Emperor Sparrow to see. It seemed easy for the Yang Soul to leave his body. Then, Han Fei punched the void and launched a void storm. How is it possible? DK shrieked and looked at Han Fei in astonishment, completely dumbfounded. Han Fei said, you seem surprised. Is there anything wrong with my Yang Soul? The Emperor Sparrow rolled his eyes at Han Fei. Your Yang Soul is much more advanced than the Yang Soul. It's not just a Yang Soul. It was Han Fei's turn to be stunned. What do you mean? The Yang Soul is also divided into levels? The Emperor Sparrow looked at Han Fei with a complicated look. Remember what I told you. The fusion of the soul, and it can make the Yang Soul. Those who cultivate the Yang Soul only boast that their souls are indestructible, not immortal. Secondly, the Yang Soul can only perform soul techniques, but it can't use the soul as the body. I should have also said that when the Yang spirit blends with the great way of the origin, one can comprehend a higher level of the use of soul power. That is, any great skill can be attached to the aura of the soul, which can not only hurt the body, but also destroy the soul. In this way, the Yang Soul and the origin great Tao can be used together. Han Fei was taken aback. Dumbfounded, he said, didn't you say that this is the power that only venerable emperors can master? The Emperor Sparrow nodded. That's right. The heaven-opening realm and the soul enlightenment realm should only be used to comprehend the Yang Soul. The Yang Soul and the origin great Tao can't be used together. Where did you get this fruit? Can you get me one too? Han Fei. Han Fei said, there's only one in the world. The Emperor Sparrow opened its mouth. After a moment of silence, the Emperor Sparrow suddenly said, do you dare to practice the extreme Tao? Han Fei was intrigued. Extreme Tao? Extreme body refining? Extreme soul refining? The Emperor Sparrow took a deep look at Han Fei. Extreme body refining. Huh. Han Fei didn't know what to say. There's an extreme Tao too? The Emperor Sparrow said. It's just a guess from my inherited memories. It seems that no one has ever tried it. But everyone thinks that there should be such a path in this world. Some practice the extreme body refining, and some practice the extreme soul refining. Logically speaking, only one of the two is the extreme body refining. However, if someone practices both body refining and soul refining, they'll practice the extreme body refining and soul refining until they can't move anymore. Then they'll balance the two and reach an extreme balance. This is the dual cultivation of the extreme Tao, which can also be called the Tao of extreme balance. All of a sudden, Han Fei's heart trembled. Senior Brother Azure Dragon had mentioned this before. However, the extreme balance Tao that Senior Brother Azure Dragon mentioned only referred to the absolute balance of power and soul, not the extreme Tao. However, the Emperor Sparrow gave him a new idea. How could one understand the word limit? If one's strength had reached the strength of an extreme body refinement practitioner, and if one's soul had also reached the strength of an extreme soul refinement practitioner, then wouldn't this be an extreme body and law dual cultivation? It sounded cool too. However, for some reason, Han Fei suddenly felt that his blood was boiling. However, when Han Fei's blood was boiling, the Emperor Sparrow said, "But don't get too excited. It's just a guess. Theoretically, the extreme Tao is called the extreme Tao because they only choose one between body refining and soul refining. That's why it's called the extreme Tao. What you're doing is actually changing the concept. You're walking on your own limit, which is essentially different from the original extreme Tao. Besides, there's no such thing as absolute balance in this world. I think you can try it. Whether you can make it or not, you'll become a powerhouse of an era, provided that you don't die. Good-oo. TSK, tisk. Han Fei didn't seem to hear the Emperor Sparrow's long speech. He only heard that he would become a powerhouse of an era. Chapter 2281. A month later. Because he had spent too much time in the wilderness, Han Fei had to hurry up. On this day, Han Fei merged himself with heaven and earth and rushed at nearly 6 times the speed of light. Yes, this was because he had taken the 5th divine pill. Not only did he refine a more powerful young god that could kill both his body and soul, but he could also transform into a part of heaven and earth at any time, greatly borrowing the Tao of space in heaven and earth. Because of this breakthrough, Han Fei's strength and soul were so close for the first time in history. He could borrow up to 50% of the power between heaven and earth. Han Fei felt that if he encountered a strong master, like Xia Laosan from the Crab King City, he might not be his opponent. For a time, Han Fei placed his strength on the same level as Xia Xian from the Crab King City. Only today did Han Fei feel that he had the ability to protect himself. Otherwise, with his previous strength, he would have to be careful when he found someone to practice with in the Sea Realm. While Han Fei was rushing, suddenly, eldest senior brother's voice sounded in his mind. "Little junior brother, Feng Yu is looking for you. Is it convenient for you to meet her now?" "Senior sister Feng Yu?" Han Fei immediately stopped and replied, "Eldest senior brother, I can meet her at any time." Then the bronze gate appeared and Han Fei stepped in. Han Fei was quite curious why Feng Yu suddenly came to him. Was there something big going on? Because Feng Yu also said that she would come to participate in the 10,000-year competition. Was she going to meet her online friend? But she was not an online friend. After all, they had met once before. In the Void Temple on the mountain. When Han Fei came in, he found that Feng Yu was already there. Feng Yu waved her arms and said, "Little junior brother, little junior brother." Han Fei looked at eldest senior brother and bowed. "Greetings, eldest senior brother." Eldest senior brother nodded slightly, and then Han Fei looked at Feng Yu. Senior sister Feng Yu, what's up? Feng Yu asked, little junior brother, you said you wanted to come to the Divine Capital Dynasty. Where are you now? Are you already in the Divine Capital Dynasty? Han Fei shook his head. Not yet. I'm still in the wilderness. It will probably take me 1 or 2 years. Although Han Fei's current speed was not slow, it was impossible for him to travel all the time. Han Fei estimated that if he walked slowly, it would take about 2 years to reach the Divine Capital Dynasty. Phoenix Feather 11 immediately said, Aya, you've been walking for decades and you still haven't arrived? The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. What are you talking about? Do you know how much danger I've been through? But Han Fei still said, Senior sister Feng Yu, if you are in a hurry, I can come earlier. Feng Yi thought for a moment and said, little junior brother, how's your current strength? Han Fei thought for a while and replied, Senior sister Feng Yu, what kind of strength do you need me to have? Feng Yu, at the very least, you have to have the battle prowess of a star transformation realm expert. It would be best if you have a few powerful friends by your side. Do you have any? Han Fei shook her head. No. Feng Yu choked and looked at her eldest senior brother. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Hey, what do you mean? Are you looking down on my strength? Wasn't that a little too much? Eldest senior brother said, It doesn't matter. Little junior brother is very lucky, and his strength has been completely stabilized. An ordinary late-stage star transformation realm expert shouldn't be a problem for him. At this time, Feng Yu's eyes lit up and she said, little junior brother's foundation was not stable a few decades ago. Now his foundation is stable? Han Fei was speechless. Senior sister, it's been almost 50 years since we last met. Can't you let me grow a little during such a long time? Feng Yu pursed her lips. It's only been 50 years. But since eldest senior brother said little junior brother's strength was not bad, it should be. Feng Yu said, little junior brother, since you haven't arrived at the Divine Capital Dynasty yet, please help me save 2 people. You are the closest person I can think of to the Divine Capital Dynasty. Hearing that it was about saving people, Han Fei was shocked. The senior brothers and senior sisters of the Void Temple all treated him well. Feng Yu even gave him a divine-level phoenix, feather longsword. Now that he was in trouble, how could he just sit back and do nothing? Han Fei immediately said, Save who? I am now less than 2 light years away from the Divine Capital Dynasty. I can reach there in 5 months at the earliest. Your speed can reach 6 times the speed of light? Feng Yu was shocked. Even eldest senior brother couldn't help but look at Han Fei, as if he didn't expect that. It had been 1 or 2 years just now, and now it was already 5 months? In fact, Han Fei had been holding back. If it was really urgent, he could reach there in 4 months. If their lives were in danger, he might be able to reach there in 3 months with the help of the great path of time. Of course, that kind of urgent travel was not good, and it consumed a lot of energy. Feng Yu was overjoyed. Then it shouldn't take 5 months. The target is not in the Divine Capital Dynasty. Wu, I want to ask you to help me save these 2 kids. One is called Feng Qingqing, and the other is Feng Xingliu. The 2 of them should be trapped in a place called the Singing Sea, about half a light year away from the Divine Capital Dynasty. I've never been to the Divine Capital Dynasty, but I know the name of this sea. Han Fei nodded. Okay, as long as the name is correct, I'll go find them now. Feng Yu hurriedly said, Little junior brother, their strength is not bad. Feng Xingliu has turned into a star, and Feng Qingqing is at the peak of the sea expansion stage. They have a lot of magic treasures on them, but they are still in danger. I guess the opponent is not an ordinary person. So, little junior brother, if the situation is special, you'd better find a way to save them or delay them. Anyway, just wait for me. I guess it will take another 4 years to get there. Han Fei's mouth twitched. Strong people who have turned into stars, and you call them kids? Also, what do you mean it will take you another 4 years to get there? There are less than 5 years before the 10,000-year major competition begins. You might as well come on time. Han Fei's mouth twitched. Okay, senior sister, don't worry. Take your time. When you arrive, I'm afraid we will both miss the 10,000-year major competition. Han Fei didn't take it seriously. Even if I encounter a moving castle, so what? As long as the opponent is not an emperor, it will be no problem for me to save them. Not to mention that my strength has skyrocketed. I still have the blood evil spirit. Without 2 late-stage star transformation cultivators, I won't be afraid. At this time, the eldest senior brother said, Woo! Feng Yu, don't worry. Let little junior brother deal with this matter. Feng Yu nodded. Little junior brother, if you catch the 2 of you, beat them hard for me, kick their butts, and make them stare without blinking. Han Fei. Out of the bronze gate, Han Fei couldn't help but shake his head slightly. It seemed that Feng Yu's family had secretly come to the divine capital dynasty. He guessed that it was most likely a younger brother or sister, but what made him speechless was that their strength was not low. It seemed that senior sister Feng Yu could also be called Aunt Feng Yu. TSK. 3.5 months later, a large black ship in the shape of an angry shark was sailing steadily in the waves. This ship was about the size of a dragon boat, more than 30,000 meters long, and there were many people living on it. There were often some strong people who broke through the void and left again. On the observation deck at the top of the hull, a middle-aged man sat on a throne. At this moment, someone was reporting to him, Captain, we have basically found the whereabouts of those 2 people. According to the tip-off 5 days ago, a man and a woman appeared on the camp of a casual cultivator ship. Their strength had just entered the heaven-opening realm, and the other was at the peak of the sea expansion realm. But their disguise was not good. They had a dispute with others and revealed the fire god Dao. These 2 people followed an exploration team to explore a secret realm in a valley on the edge of the Singing Sea. They probably wanted to blend in with this exploration team and then secretly sneak out of the Singing Sea. The middle-aged man said indifferently, Where is this team? The man replied, According to the report of some mermaid singers in the Singing Sea, they appeared in the northwest a day ago, and follow-up information has not arrived yet. Northwest? With their strength, they can't escape in a day. They probably want to go to the Valley of Wind, enter the camp of the Valley of Wind, and then disguise themselves and leave. The middle-aged man nodded and then ordered, Block the northwest. Stop the black shark near the Valley of Wind and wait for them to walk into the trap. Another 7 days later, an exploration team of 10 people at the moment was rushing at the bottom of the sea at 1/3 the speed of light. This team of 10 people had 4 heaven-opening realm cultivators and 6 sea expansion realm cultivators. It was just an ordinary team of explorers. Such a team usually would not attract attention. Near the immortal capital dynasty, there were countless such teams. No one dared to call themselves kings here. They were all sea expansion realm cultivators, and heaven-opening realm cultivators were called heaven-opening realm cultivators. Big forces could not be bothered to fight with such a small team. When a small team encountered a big force, they were evenly matched and battles often broke out. Under normal circumstances, the death rate of these people was actually not high. This was because in this sea, all the big camps needed such people to provide resources. They were like hard-working bees, painstakingly collecting honey every day, who didn't understand the concept of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. The leader of the team said, We will reach the camp of the Valley of Wind in half a day. We have gained a lot this time, and we have to thank fellow Taoist Lu Xing and Lady Qing Cheng for joining us. The one called Lu Xing looked like a young man, about 17 or 18 years old. At this moment, he slightly raised his head and said proudly, It's just that this secret realm is too simple, and it has been excavated by others. I just calculated with my fingers and found out that it still has secrets. As for the girl called Qing Cheng, she was not beautiful at all. Her appearance was average, but she would always make people involuntarily take a few more glances at her. The girl pouted and thought, "You only know how to brag. Didn't you rely on my senses?" "Ha ha ha! Brother Lu Xing, the heroic young man. I have an acquaintance in the Valley of Wind. He has a secret realm there. 5 groups of people went there, but they all returned with losses. Brother Lu Xing, do you want to continue working with him? If we excavate that secret realm, we will definitely make a lot of money." Lu Xing twitched his lips and thought, "Do you really think I'm a secret realm explorer?" He said proudly, "No, Qing Qing and I should go to the divine capital dynasty. If we are late, we won't be able to make it in time for the competition." Someone in the team laughed and said, "Brother Lu Xing and Lady Qing Cheng are really talented and bold. Only you prodigies dare to go to the divine capital dynasty alone. How dare he charge into the immortal capital dynasty alone at this time?" "Hey, boss, who asked you not to be a prodigy? Competition of 10,000 years. TSK, those who can participate must be top-notch prodigies, right?" Lu Xing said proudly, "Of course. The entire ocean realm has sent people. This is an unprecedented event." Suddenly, their vision blurred and turned black. A sea anemone suddenly rose from the bottom of the sea, and its tentacles shot towards them at an unbelievable speed. At this moment, their expressions were still normal. Clearly, this kind of thing happened often. The leader shouted, "There's an ambush. Prepare for battle." At this moment, there was chanting, and everyone in the team was shocked. The leader's expression changed drastically. Not good. "Mermaid chanting, pioneer sea realm cultivators. Come into my origin sea." Chapter 2282. In the singing sea, there lived a special race called the mermaid singers. There were many creatures in the sea who liked singing, and many of them could launch soul attacks through singing. However, there were not many that could form a large race. Even among large races, there were not many that could develop a reasonable cultivation system. Even if there was a reasonable system, there were even fewer that could go very far in it. For example, the Millennium Snappers could sing, but they did not have a specific system, so it was difficult for them to go very far. Of course, it was also possible that they were not born in the sea realm. In any case, due to various restrictions, the mermaid singers were a famous race within this race and even in the deity's capital dynasty. The rhythmic singing was heard. The team of 11 didn't even have time to react. Illusions appeared in front of most of them. There were different levels of illusions. Some illusions could be resisted as long as one's willpower was strong enough and one's soul was strong enough. Some illusions were actually a kind of soul attack. They were imprinted in one's soul and were almost the same as reality. The mermaid singers were a race that specialized in soul refinement. Their divine souls were so powerful that they could rule over an entire ocean. The strongest in their race was a venerable emperor, which was one of the basic conditions for the mermaid singers to live for a long time. Because everything happened too quickly, only 4 of the 11 people in the team managed to block the singing. They were Feng Xingliu, who was disguised as Lu Xing, Lady Qing Qing, who was only at the peak of the expansion sea realm, the leader of the team, and a heaven-opening realm female cultivator with a soul treasure. It was too late to take back the expansion sea realm cultivators now, because they were instantly caught in an illusion. If they tried to take them back, they would have to break through their souls. Below them, the sea demon sunflower rose into the air and turned into a star plant. If someone like Feng Xingliu hadn't been hiding in the team, the heaven-opening realm would have been enough to suppress the whole team. How could Feng Xingliu not know? So he reacted faster than anyone else. A fiery spear appeared in his hand. The fire was very hot, a strange purple flame that would go even crazier when it came into contact with water. As the spear shot out, waves of fire swept out for thousands of miles. It was as if a fiery demon had descended. The terrifying flames directly burned away the spiritual energy that tried to seep in. The sea demon devil sunflower myriad Tao's tentacles each shot out a water arrow, and with a pung-pung-pung sound, it exploded continuously. Puchi! With a single spear strike, the sea devil demon sunflower was directly pierced through, and a small part of its body exploded. Following that, the sea devil demon sunflower stirred the void and leaped away. It wasn't that it didn't want to take down these people, but it felt that if it forced itself to do so, it would be the one to die in the next moment. However, the battle had yet to end when a loud echo suddenly rang out in the sea. The squad leader, who had just charged out, endured 100 echoes and was forced back. Blood flowed from his 7 apertures, and his battle robes were tattered. Feng Qingqing put her palms together, and a strange white flame burst out from her body. The demonic sound couldn't reach her. The team leader said in shock, "It's the Echo Demon Domain, the Echo Demon Domain of the Mermaid Singers. It requires 8 heaven-opening mermaid singers of the same realm to create this kind of Echo Demon Domain. Why would the mermaid singers seek out our small team? We're just a small team." The team leader was shocked and confused. Just as he thought, there were at least 8 heaven-opening mermaid singers here. And according to the strength of the first mermaid singer, they might have already turned into stars. 8 of them appeared at once, and it wasn't as simple as 8 ordinary heaven-opening realm cultivators. Ordinary heaven-opening realm cultivators might be able to escape. However, the Echo Demon Domain was equivalent to a heaven-opening realm cultivator's domain. If they couldn't break through it quickly, they would be slowly worn out. As the team leader, he was already injured like this. How could the other sea-opening realm cultivators endure this level of echo attack? Feng Xingliu's expression changed drastically. He immediately shouted to Feng Qingqing, "Enter my origin sea." However, Feng Qingqing shook her head. "Something's wrong. Without me, you can't escape. Where do you have the protective jade scroll?" Feng Xingliu raised one hand and created a flame barrier to protect everyone. She said seriously, "Then I'll defeat them." The team leader said, "I'll charge in the opposite direction from you. Wunong, take care of the others and be ready to escape." Feng Xingliu broke through the void and burst out at light speed. A purple light appeared on the spear aura. Clank, clank! Suddenly all sounds in the Echo Demon Domain stopped. Instead, a sound barrier blocked where Feng Xingliu's spear aura was pointing at. Rumble, a terrifying power exploded in the Echo Demon Domain. Because the range was limited, the power immediately spread out. The other heaven opening stage powerhouse, who was called Wunyang, staggered slightly. She was almost unable to block the terrifying force. Such a strong defense. While Feng Xingliu was exclaiming, he didn't know that the 8-star turning realm cultivators all spat out blood. They almost couldn't block the attack. Wait for the light. Feng Xingliu's attack didn't work, but a hurried sound wave blasted onto the team leader's body. His head exploded and he flew backwards. When his head grew back, he said in shock, "Tide chant, why is there a tide chant?" Feng Xingliu asked, "What is tide chant?" The team leader said, "That's the power of a star turning realm cultivator among the merfolk chanters." Feng Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. She pointed her finger, and a white flame covered Feng Xingliu, the squad leader, and the rest. The power of the tidal chant could no longer move them. The team leader breathed a sigh of relief, but then he cupped his fists and said, "Master, we are just an ordinary team. I am their team leader. I am willing to offer all the resources to you. Please let us live." He had to lower his head. In the team leader's opinion, this battle couldn't be won. Not to mention the sea-opening realm cultivators on his side. How could the 3 heaven-opening realm cultivators who were still conscious stop a star-turning realm cultivator? He couldn't help but look at Feng Xingliu. It was a pity that Feng Xingliu hadn't shown the strength of a star-turning realm cultivator yet. Otherwise, there might be a chance. Seeing the team leader lowering his head, Feng Xingliu shouted, "On the path of cultivation, you don't need to beg for help. Old Qin, this started because of me. I won't drag you into it." "Started because of you?" Before the team leader could react, he saw Feng Xingliu standing proudly with his spear. A 300-meter-tall flame figure shot into the sky like a god of fire. His aura rose crazily. Feng Xingliu barked coldly. "You bunch of rascals have been chasing me for years. Today, you've finally gotten what you wanted, but I want to see if anyone can stop me." Fire God Storm. Roar. Flames rose from Feng Xingliu's body. The flames were so terrifying that they could suffocate people. In an instant, the sea within 100,000 miles turned into a storm. From the bottom of the sea to the surface, the sea was dyed red. However, the voice that echoed in the demon domain was actually burned by the flames and became intermittent. Vaguely, a clear voice could be heard shouting, "Retreat, retreat! Don't fight it head-on." Feng Xingliu's eyes were spitting fire. "Go? Go where?" Buzz! The flaming storm took shape, and within the storm, the great path came to a standstill. Those who wanted to break through the void and escape, or even those who wanted to burst forth with superluminal speed, discovered that this storm could even devour the speed of light. Their great path could not break free from this storm at all. Bang, 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 those people were blown back. The Heaven Creation Realm cultivators of the 8-star Transformation Realm were crushed by the flames. Their divine souls were burning in the flames and were about to disappear. In the field, the only mermaid in the late stage of the Celestial Transformation Realm let out a loud cry. Whoosh! At this critical moment, a giant black ship suddenly appeared in the sky. On the ship, someone stepped in the air and punched 10,000 miles away, leaving a blue mark in the flame storm. Seeing this, Feng Qingqing suddenly appeared behind Feng Xingliu. She pushed with one hand, and a shell appeared in front of Feng Xingliu. Bang! A terrifying explosion rang out, and a gray-black pillar of light shot out once more. The next second, Feng Xingliu was sent flying. His body was dragged on the ground for 10,000 miles, crushing dozens of mountains along the way. Feng Qingqing's expression changed, but she reacted quickly. The moment the energy fluctuated, a green thread latched onto Feng Xingliu. She could not leave Feng Xingliu's side, or the enemy would seize the opportunity. Once the enemy seized the opportunity and caught her, Feng Xingliu could only hold back. The moment Feng Xingliu flew out, Feng Qingqing followed him like a shadow and landed lightly on the ruins. The flame storm could not continue and finally dissipated. An arrogant voice came from the air. Interesting. You just reached the star transformation realm, and you already have such power. If you were at the same level, few people would be your match. What a pity. If you had kept a low profile, I would not have chased after you. Hand it over. Divine weapon, divine art, extraordinary flame, and that girl. I can let you go, but that girl must stay. Old Qin and the others in this team were stunned. They suddenly realized that Feng Xingliu was a hidden supermaster. But in the next moment, this supermaster was defeated. Black shark. Old Qin swallowed his saliva, listening to the man on the black shark talking about the divine weapon, the divine skill, and the unusual fire. What kind of immortal treasures are these? He had never seen any of them in his life, but he immediately realized that Lu Xing had joined their team to avoid being chased by the black shark. In your dreams. The ruins exploded. Feng Xingliu had a big hole in his body, but he was still standing proudly. His arrogance made him seem like the boss of the black shark. Then, Feng Xingliu took out a jade scroll. Who do you think you are? How dare you rob me? Believe it or not, I will call people over and loot your home. You covet my treasures. Have you attained Tao? The man from the black shark grinned. I know you must have an extraordinary family background. As long as I hunt you down, my black shark can just leave and travel to the wilderness. Even if you have a venerable sovereign in your family, what can you do? I guess you have a venerable sovereign jade scroll, but do you dare to use it? The appearance of a venerable sovereign will definitely attract other venerable sovereigns. If you don't use it, you still have a chance to escape. If you use it, neither you nor this girl can leave. Otherwise, why would you run until now? The strong man from the black shark snorted. Suddenly, his body shook, and the giant shadow of the demon shark appeared next to Old Chin. With a wave of his hand, he picked up Old Chin and suppressed everyone in the team. Feng Xingliu's expression changed slightly. Then he heard the strong man from the black shark say, "Woo, you don't care about these ants, do you?" As he spoke, Old Chin was crushed. His divine soul was grabbed by the strong man from the black shark, and he couldn't escape. Feng Xingliu said coldly, "You only know how to use these dirty tricks?" Chapter 2283. Heisha said, "You should know that you can't escape." That's right. 2 late-stage, heaven-opening realm powerhouses and nearly 10 celestial transformation realm powerhouses. With just 2 babies, how could they escape? At this time, an old man walked out from the void behind Feng Xingliu. The old man smiled faintly. "Child, the 10,000-year grand competition is just this cruel. The competition is one thing, but whether or not you can participate is another. This little girl has a born Tao constitution. If this news spreads, you won't even be able to leave the Singing Sea area, let alone the divine capital dynasty." Heisha said, "Hey, Oldly, don't worry about this. I promised you a divine artifact and divine skill." The old man chuckled. "And a favor." Heisha nodded. He had been secretly hunting this kid. After 7 hunts, this kid had taken out 13 protective jade slips. This little girl was even more amazing. She seemed to have an endless supply of treasures. If he let him go this time, it would be even harder to catch him. Therefore, he had no choice but to cooperate with this old guy from the Valley of Wind. With the 2 of them working together and the help of Heisha, he would take down this kid in one fell swoop. Feng Xingliu's eyes were burning with anger. He had used up most of his protective jade slips in the past few decades. Now, he only had a late-stage star transformation realm jade slip and an emperor jade slip each for Feng Qingqing. But he didn't dare to use the emperor jade slip. It would be fine if he used it somewhere else, but this place was too close to the divine capital dynasty, and there were emperors guarding the sea area. If he used it, he wouldn't be able to control what would happen next. He said, "I can give you the divine artifact, divine skill, alien flame, but if you want my sister, I'll kill you first." Feng Qingqing frowned. This idiot. If he really gave it to them, it would be over. However, the old man smiled faintly and said, "Using the sovereign jade slip is no different from courting death. Kid, if you dare to use it, even if I die, I will accept it." Heisha said, "Kid, I only want the born Tao seed. I won't take her life. That's my bottom line." After he finished speaking, the divine soul of the squad leader, Old Chin, was crushed with a bang. However, he did not die. Presumably, Heisha did not want to cause any unnecessary disturbances. He said, "You have 10 breaths of time to consider. Otherwise, I can send these ants on their way first." Shameless. Feng Xingliu's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, he had almost no way out. No matter what, it was impossible for him to hand Feng Qingqing over. Otherwise, his great Tao would collapse. Feng Qingqing took out a red jade scroll that was flickering with a fiery light. As soon as they saw the jade slip, the black shark man and the old man backed up a few steps. Although they were tempted by the divine artifacts and divine techniques, they could not resist Feng Qingqing's connate Taoism aptitude. Of course, they knew that these 2 people had extraordinary backgrounds. But so what? At their level of strength, if they were able to seize a born Taoism aptitude and seize the path, then they would have a high chance of proving their Tao. If he could prove his Tao, why would he be afraid of revenge? Therefore, even though Feng Qingqing had taken out the Emperor Jade slip, they still did not retreat. Feng Qingqing said, worst comes to worst. If the jade slip is broken, you too will die. As for us, we might not. As the two sides were in a stalemate, Hayshaw and the old man suddenly sensed something. Their gazes landed in the direction of the black shark. However, a young man appeared out of thin air. It was because his speed was too fast. Under superluminal speed, he instantly traversed millions of miles and arrived here. As soon as the young man appeared, the cultivators on the black shark were shocked. The young man said, "Hey, strictly speaking, I have a born Taoism aptitude too. Do you too want one? You two can have one each. It's a great deal." Feng Xing Lu was startled. What was going on? Why did someone come here to give it to him? Feng Qingqing tilted her head and looked at the young man. She was lost in thought. Hayshaw squinted and said, "Who are you?" Just as he was speaking, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. A strange power seemed to be imprinting itself onto his soul, causing him to subconsciously retreat. The next second, he saw the space was twisted. When he looked again, he saw that the members of the team that Black Shark had controlled had all teleported to a place not far from Phoenix Starstream. The young man was nowhere to be seen on the Black Shark. Han Fei thought to himself, "Fortunately, I have the Gemini divine technique. Otherwise, I don't know how to save people from a late-stage heaven opening state cultivator." He Sha was angry, but he soon recognized Han Fei's real realm. "Huh, you really don't know your place. This fire-wielding boy is at least a star-turning cultivator. How dare you, a boy who hasn't turned into a star-turning cultivator, get involved in this?" The old man was also a little surprised. Indeed, he hasn't turned into a star-turning cultivator. You can burst out at 5 times the speed of light without turning into a star-turning cultivator. It seems that you are also a heavenly talent who came to participate in the 10,000 years competition. TSK, the old man frowned. This kind of heavenly talent was the most extraordinary and had a lot of treasures. The old man chuckled. "Are you really a born Taoism aptitude?" Han Fei grinned. "What's there to hide? You're just a born Taoism aptitude. Is it worth it for me to hide it?" Feng Xing Lu couldn't help but look at Han Fei. "Why is there someone more pretentious than me? You speak as if the born Taoism aptitude are cabbages. Also, what's your realm? Why are you here if you haven't turned into a star-turning cultivator? Do you want to die?" Feng Qingqing's eyes flashed. "He seems quite strong. This guy really has no fear." She could even sense Han Fei's extremely powerful soul. How could a person who hasn't turned into a star-turning cultivator have such a powerful soul? Also, how did he save people just now? Han Fei clicked his tongue and looked at Feng Xing Lu. "Are you Feng Xing Lu?" Feng Xing Lu's eyes widened, and he looked at Han Fei in shock. He had been using the name Lu Xing all the way here and never Feng Xing Lu. How did this guy know? Also, even if you know, why the hell did you expose my real name? Feng Xing Lu asked, "Who are you?" Han Fei didn't answer, but continued to look at the plain-looking girl with big eyes. "Are you Feng Qingqing?" Feng Qingqing sucked in a breath of air and bowed. "Who are you?" Han Fei got the answer from her expression and said, "Someone is very angry that you snuck out. He asked me to kick your butts and make you not blink." Hiss! Feng Xing Lu and Feng Qingqing trembled, and a figure appeared in front of them at the same time. However, they really didn't understand. That guy should still be far away, right? This guy, who is he? Han Fei flipped his hand and took out a fiery long knife, which made Feng Xingliu's eyes almost pop out. Feng Qingqing even widened her eyes. "My sister's Phoenix Feather Saber? Where did you get it?" Han Fei chuckled and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at He Sha and the old man and said, "This is also a divine artifact. Do you want it?" Then Han Fei extended his hands, and a pair of boxing gloves appeared in his hands. Then he said, "This is also a set of divine artifacts. I'm not bragging. I have a full set of divine artifacts. Do you want them? Han Fei chuckled. My shortcoming is that I don't like to carry protective jade slips because no one has ever given me one. Guys, how about we fight for 30,000 rounds? For a moment, He Sha and the old man didn't know how to deal with it because they didn't know what Han Fei was up to. This guy dared to shout before turning into a star. He could move 5 times the speed of light without turning into a star. He had multiple divine artifacts without turning into a star. And he dared to challenge a cultivator in the advanced stage of the star transformation realm without turning into a star. None of these seemed normal. Fengxing, Lu, looked at this guy speechlessly. Are you here to show off? I can show off my wealth to you. You only have 2 divine artifacts and you dare to show off? Believe it or not, I'll accidentally drop more divine artifacts than you do. He Sha snorted. You're just bluffing. I'd like to see how a guy who hasn't turned into a star is qualified to challenge my black shark. Then, He Sha directly launched a punch, as if he wanted to kill Han Fei with one punch. At this time, the power of heaven and earth was added to Han Fei's body. When Han Fei put on the god-slaying gloves, his combat power increased by 30%. When Han Fei wore the divine prayer beads around his neck, his combat power increased by 10%. Because of the balance of his body, Han Fei could borrow the power of heaven and earth to increase his strength by 50%. With this superposition, Han Fei's combat power almost doubled. His strength exceeded 10 million waves. How could it be a joke? In the past, he had to use the great Tao to burst out such strong combat power, but now he was still in his original body. If it were any other time, Han Fei would definitely go up to fight like this. However, this time he was here to save people. Although his strength exceeded 10 million waves, the other party was in the advanced stage of the star transformation realm after all, and his origin sea was definitely larger than his. He didn't know how long he had been since he turned into a star. In this case, even if Han Fei's strength doubled, he might not be afraid of the other party, but he might be beaten up by him. He was here to save people. How could he let the person he saved watch him being beaten up? Therefore, Han Fei used the great Tao again, but he didn't dare to use it with all his strength. Otherwise, his body might not be able to withstand it and would explode from the infinite power. Therefore, Han Fei only doubled his strength, ready to test the other party's strength first. At this moment, Han Fei held the phoenix feather frenzied knife in his hand and slashed. The sea split apart and the void exploded. Clang BM! Han Fei and He Sha flew back 1,000 miles almost at the same time. Hiss! He Sha was shocked. You're telling me that he hasn't turned into a star? Then what does he want after turning into a star? Fengxing Liu was also shocked. Where did this weirdo come from? How could he be so strong without turning into a star? It's impossible. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Is this person more talented than me? Impossible. I can't accept this reality. Feng Qingqing's eyes lit up, and many words suddenly popped up in her head. Talented, peerless heavenly talent, comparable to my sister, only seen once in 10,000 years. He really has a connate Taoist aptitude. Even as the old man was shocked, he made a move to attack Fengxing Liu. However, a blood fiend's body quietly blocked his path. Han Fei said leisurely, "Old guy, don't be hasty. I'm here to save people. If you don't hit me, I'll lose face." The old man looked solemn. After a blow from the blood demon, he said in shock, "A blood demon puppet, the peak of the star transformation realm?" Chapter 2284. Ever since Han Fei ran out of the god's ruin, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He was a world of difference from before he entered the god's ruin. Although his body and soul hadn't been strengthened much, his foundation was extremely solid. His origin sea had expanded to 400,000 miles, and he had cultivated the sun god. The advantages of the Tao of equilibrium were also reflected. As soon as Han Fei made a move, he defeated a late-stage star transformation cultivator, which stunned Feng Xingliu. Although these two had extraordinary backgrounds, they didn't expect to meet a heavenly talent of this level. They didn't even know such a heavenly talent. Oh no, there were two. If he thought about it carefully, there were indeed two people in his life who had this kind of abnormal talent and could be said to have strange combat strength. That was Feng Yu, the woman they couldn't describe, the strongest heavenly talent in the history of their clan. They didn't know if the other person counted, but he wasn't from their clan. Feng Xingliu glanced at Feng Qingqing, dumbfounded. Are you serious? That level? Feng Qingqing pursed her thin lips. He should be at the same level as my sister. If he can really defeat He Sha, he might even be on the heaven roll of a state. Feng Xingliu's eyes widened. That's unbelievable. Feng Qingqing said, You don't read much. Some young disciples of the divine heritage families have ancestral bloodlines. Some have divine heritage inheritances, and some are born with Taoist aptitudes. We came to the divine East Sea this time to see the heroes, the talented experts, and the descendants of the divine heritage. Maybe this is the first one we'll see. Seeing Feng Qingqing's beautiful eyes shining, Feng Xingliu said with a dark face, Hey, why are your eyes shining? Why are you smiling? Aren't you afraid that he'll lose? Feng Qingqing shook her head. How can a person who can make my sister give him a phoenix feather-long sword? If he's really talented, maybe he can be my brother-in-law. Him. Feng Xingliu couldn't help but murmur, flaunting his wealth as soon as they met. Would Feng Yu like him? While Feng Xingliu curled his lips, Han Fei had already put away the wind and rain longsword. He said he would pretend to be from the Fist Radiance Mountain. How could he keep using a sword? I'll hit. Han Fei launched a counterattack, and the golden fist mark burst out at the speed of light, carrying a strange aura. He Sha sneered. Even if you have a secret technique, how long can it last? Old Joe, don't tell me you can be stopped by a puppet? As He Sha spoke, he struck out with his fists. He also walked the path of body tempering and cultivated the black dragon fist art. He could strike out with the miraculous scene of 100 dragons rampaging. Bang, 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 dong, dong, dong. However, when the two fists collided, Hazer felt unwell. It was as though he saw a supreme devil shadow. He couldn't see the features of the shadow, and there seemed to be a path in front of him. It was as though as long as he walked on it, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Path of God. He Sha's breathing quickened, but he couldn't see the divine path for long before he was awakened by the piercing pain in his divine soul. It turned out that each of Han Fei's punches carried a strange power that seemed to be directly imprinted on his soul. He could only feel slight discomfort from the first 2 punches, but in an instant, thousands of punches collided. He felt as if his soul was being baptized and purified by lightning. In just this round of confrontation, his soul was dissipating and he was almost possessed. What kind of fist technique is this? He Sha was horrified. Han Fei not only almost made him lose himself in the so-called path of God, but also directly attacked his divine soul. How could he go on like this? His body could withstand the attacks, but his divine soul would be shattered. If that happened, his combat power would plummet and he would be in danger. However, this didn't scare He Sha away, but made him realize that he couldn't fight Han Fei in close combat. Han Fei's strength was no weaker than his, and his divine soul could endlessly pierce through his divine soul. Immediately, He Sha retreated and stomped on the ground. A black shadow thousands of meters high emerged in the sea. Rakshasa, divine body, dark curse. A Dharma body? Han Fei was sure that this was a Dharma body. When the Dharma body merged with He Sha, it would become a Dharma idol. On the black shark, countless people exclaimed, Rakshasa, divine body, boss is using a Dharma body? Who is this guy? How could he push boss to this point? Feng Xingliu's team was the most frightened. Old Qin, the captain, couldn't help but exclaim as soon as his body was rebuilt, Rakshasa divine body? The Rakshasa divine body ranked 1,000 on the Dharma idol list. Feng Qingqing snorted slightly. It's not even in the top 100. How dare you show it off? Feng Xingliu said, Hey, it's also a Dharma body. Does anyone have one? Feng Qingqing said, I'm not afraid of him without a Dharma body. Hardly had Feng Qingqing said that when a giant thousands of meters high rose from the ground. This giant was shining with golden light. It was Han Fei himself. Many people exclaimed, He has a Dharma body too? What kind of Dharma body is that? Why is he in a Dharma body? Why does this Dharma body look exactly like this man? Feng Xingliu's eyes widened. Feng Qingcheng exclaimed and said, A world of Dharma idol. He has merged with a Dharma body. Even if he has merged with the worst Dharma body, it's still a Dharma idol. No Dharma body can compare to it. This was the first time that Han Fei had seen a Dharma body other than the firmament martial divine body. For some reason, when Han Fei saw the Rakshas's Dharma body, his throat moved. He felt a little hungry. However, Han Fei, in the state of a world of Dharma idol, still blasted out a lot of golden fist marks. He Sha roared in his heart. Even if Han Fei had a Dharma body, he hadn't turned into a star yet. How could he fight him? Bam, compared to the battle between Han Fei and He Sha, the battle between Shueisha and the old man surnamed Zhou seemed a bit unremarkable. As for Feng Xingliu, he had nothing to do. He thought he was going to die a moment ago, but in the next moment a thug showed up. Besides, this thug was showing off his wealth, arrogant and ferocious. But for some reason, his character was a bit similar to Feng Yu's. He Sha shouted crazily, Rakshasa, blood devour! A thick black mist burst out with strong corrosive power. When Han Fei's fist marks touched it, he felt that his flesh and blood were being corroded. Humph! Heavenly opening. Dong, a divine pillar fell from the sky, and a large amount of black mist was directly purified. Han Fei's fist marks rained down and blew part of He Sha's soul out of his body. For some reason, Han Fei only felt hungrier and hungrier. He didn't even realize that the Dharma body that he controlled was growing bigger and bigger. He didn't come back to himself until it grew to more than 2,000 meters. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Han Fei clasped the Rakshas's Dharma body with both hands. He Sha detonated the phantoms crazily, trying to shatter the Dharma body. But his hands were restrained by the enemy's power. With a thought, Han Fei extended 2 golden arms from his Dharma body, grabbed the Rakshas's Dharma body and suddenly bit it. Hiss! Seeing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How could it be bitten? Feng Xingliu was also confused. She looked at Feng Qingqing and asked, What's going on? Isn't the Dharma body made of the power of heaven and earth? Did he eat He Sha's Dharma body? Feng Qingqing was a bit confused. She opened her mouth and said, I don't know. The Dharma body is a kind of power that the body borrows. This isn't mentioned in the books. Chilla, puff, puff, puff for giant hands and one mouth suddenly tore He Sha's Dharma body apart. Chomp, chomp, seeing that the Rakshas's Dharma body was about to disappear. Han Fei opened his mouth and bit something. There seemed to be a kind of power in the world that was being swallowed by him. Then, Han Fei suddenly felt that the power of his virtual world seemed to have increased, and his combat power was increased by 10%. What? Han Fei was a bit confused. He cultivated the Dharma body mainly with the second divine elixir. At that time, the Dharma world could only increase his strength by 30%. He had used it a lot, but it was the first time that he wanted to swallow someone else's Dharma body for no reason. Han Fei couldn't help but recall that the Dharma body he comprehended at the beginning was fusing with the firmament martial divine body. Han Fei's heart suddenly trembled. Seriously? He remembered that the second divine elixir said that to comprehend the Dharma world, one should use the body as the law, the body as the Dharma, the body as the Dharma body, the 9 heavens above one's head, the feet on the abyssal sea. The Dharma body should be 33,000 meters high, and the Dharma body should swallow all forms into the original form. Before, he had never understood the true meaning of swallowing all forms into the original form, but now it seemed that something was wrong. If he hadn't met this person, he probably wouldn't have known that he could eat someone else's Dharma body. Pooh! He Sha's 7 orifices were bleeding, and his hair was disheveled. He was going crazy. Who the hell is this guy? Why is he fighting so unreasonable? Does this Dharma body even have food? At this moment, although Han Fei was surprised, his hands didn't stop. The enormous body of 20,000 meters high was punching at He Sha with 4 fists. Although He Sha's Dharma body was destroyed, he was not completely defenseless. However, the original purpose of summoning the Dharma body was to block Han Fei's weird fists. Now his Dharma body was destroyed, and Han Fei's fists were like falling stars. Even if he could block them, he didn't want his soul to be destroyed by the opponent. At this time, old Zhou, who had failed to break through the blood demon realm, screamed, "He Sha, I'm done. You can play by yourself." The old man realized that something was wrong, because in this major competition of 100,000 years, many strong masters would try to hunt the strong masters who came to participate in the competition in the past 10,000 years. They didn't hunt before because there used to be only one realm, the Pioneer Sea State. This time, there were 3 realms of Venerable, Pioneer Sea, and Pioneer Heaven. They knew that the participating Pioneer Heaven state must be extraordinary. So many people tried to hunt. However, this didn't mean that they could really hunt and scrupulously. These people were too strong, especially the last one, who hadn't turned into a star state, but he was suppressing He Sha. How many heavenly talents of this level were there in the divine East Sea? According to this kind of foundation, where did he come from? How could the force behind him not have left him a backup plan? Even the Venerable Emperor might not be afraid of this kind of person. Forcing a hunt would only backfire in the end. He Sha was infuriated. He was about to retreat. However, Han Fei chased after him. The giant ran in the void and chased after him at the speed of light. Han Fei shouted, "You can get out of here, but leave the boat here." He Sha. Chapter 2285. When He Sha heard this, he wasn't happy. He turned around and let out a roar. A black shark companion, Spirit, fused with him. He Sha's voice was cold. "Boy, do you really think I can't beat you?" Han Fei didn't listen to him at all. He launched the sacrificing punch. The god-slaying gloves burst out scarlet fist marks, and the weird phantoms that couldn't be seen at all. Ghost fire blade tail. He Sha burst out, and a large amount of purple-gray poison spewed out of his body. He grew a tail that was like a sickle, which was poisonous and covered in a large amount of immortal spiritual energy. He tried to break Han Fei's weird fist technique without fighting at close range. Clang! Bam! The instant explosion formed a sonic boom and a tide, soaring into the sky. Han Fei's Dharma world dimmed under this blow and almost disappeared. A secret technique? Although he was surprised by He Sha's attack, he didn't really care. It wasn't a big deal that his heaven and earth form disappeared. Indeed, Han Fei's fist had been shattered, and his Dharma idol had also disappeared. This was enough to prove how powerful He Sha was. To be able to roam this sea region for so long, he was definitely not a mediocre person. However, what left He Sha speechless was that this man had actually used his flesh and blood to grab his poisonous tail. For a moment, He Sha felt that he was crazy. Aren't you afraid of the poison of a heaven-opening state cultivator? Also, he wondered if this man really hadn't turned into a star. How could his physique be so strong? On the other side, because their battle was too fast, Feng Qingcheng, who was only at the peak of the sea expansion realm, couldn't see through it. So she kept asking, "How is it? How is it?" Feng Xingliu's eyes widened. He resisted He Sha's terrifying blade light with his body. I suspect that he's an extreme body refinement cultivator. Hiss! The members of the team next to Feng Xingliu shivered. Who the hell are these people? Extreme body refinement cultivators were super masters that only existed in the legends. They would be hunted as soon as they appeared. However, when they saw the terrifying Dharma, they felt that nothing was impossible for these sky prides, right? Feng Qingcheng rolled her eyes and said, "That's impossible. His transcendence world requires the support of his divine soul. It's impossible for him to be an extreme Tao cultivator. Maybe he's just a dual cultivator. Nothing more. Everyone, is that even possible?" Han Fei grabbed this person's giant tail, roared, and slammed it into the bottom of the sea. On his chest, the god thought bead emitted a halo, and the weird poison was purified before it could contaminate Han Fei's body. Bang, 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 bang. Unfortunately, after Han Fei smashed it dozens of times, the tail turned into a spiral cone, and Han Fei could no longer hold it, and the flesh on his hands cracked. But Han Fei struck back and stood on the black shark, one step ahead of them. Although there were nearly 10 powerhouses at the late stage of the heaven-opening realm on the black shark, the power Han Fei displayed was not something they could contend with at all. Han Fei waved his hand in the air, and several spear pillars descended one after another, directly sealing the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. At this moment, he was on the chopping block. He Sha, who was a step slower, looked at Han Fei angrily from 10,000 kilometers away. "Boy, you're courting death. Believe it or not, I'd rather give up this connate Taoist aptitude and summon an emperor from the Singing Sea area." The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he imitated the arrogant look of the Emperor's sparrow and said, "Shout! If you dare to shout, I dare to kill you. How dare a nameless, venerable sovereign challenge me? You make it sound like you're the only one who knows how to shout. My senior martial brother can kill a venerable sovereign with one finger. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Han Fei spoke confidently and matter-of-factly. However, he sneered. "If I hadn't promised to travel alone, that old man wouldn't have been able to run away. He would be kneeling in front of me now." Han Fei wasn't joking. In fact, he was confident that he could defeat He Sha without relying on his senior brother. But he didn't want to expose the void stealing technique now. Besides, there were emperors in this Singing Sea area. He Sha! Feng Xingliu was speechless. He was also a little uncertain. This man's momentum, attitude, and arrogance seemed to be from a major force. He couldn't help but look at Feng Qingqing. Is he an awakened, heavenly talent from a divine heritage? Feng Qingqing said, "The 5 divine lands all have their own possibilities. I'm more inclined to the West Sea divine land. I'm told that the Wild Sand Sea, they're mostly body-tempering experts with unparalleled combat abilities and crazy personalities." Feng Xingliu said timidly, "Oh no. How can I make friends with the West Sea divine land?" Feng Qingqing was surprised and said blankly, "Who knows? What if he has made friends with us?" At this moment, Han Fei stood proudly on the bow of the black shark and said proudly, "What? You can't afford to lose? You want to rob them of their divine weapons, divine techniques, and connate Taoist aptitude. I can't do nothing. Just leave one divine weapon and 500,000 kilometers of resources to me. As for the rest, I don't think you can afford it since you're so poor." With that said, Han Fei took out the green thunder wine gourd, which had been broken but repaired from his backhand. "Good-do, good-do, good-do." Han Fei raised his head and drank a few mouthfuls. Then he wiped his mouth and said, "It's not that I despise you, but even my gourd is a divine weapon. What do you have? Don't tell me you only have a dream to prove your Tao." He Sha's eyelids twitched. He didn't dare to mess with this man. He could see that this man's heart was as still as water and his aura was calm. The invisible power that he absorbed from nature was obviously a heavenly heritage. In terms of bloodline, Heisha also felt that he was being suppressed, although he felt that this man was boasting that he could kill an emperor. However, if this man was a heavenly talent from a divine heritage family or a descendant of a hidden imperial family, he wouldn't be someone that he could mess with. But this bastard was asking for too much. 500,000 kilometers worth of resources. Did he want to take them from me to turn them into planets? Heisha narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you really think I don't dare to call?" Han Fei shrugged. "Go ahead. I'm not stopping you. Hurry up and call me. I'll kill him together." Han Fei had made up his mind. Anyway, it was Feng Yu who asked him for help. When the time came, he would say that he couldn't defeat him and call his eldest senior brother. Then, he would take the void mark from Feng Yu, and he could kill an emperor with eldest senior brother's help. Even if he couldn't, he could suppress him. Then, he would spread his name on the black shark and build a super backer for himself. In this way, no matter what happened in the divine capital dynasty, people would have to think twice when they heard Han Fei's name. So Han Fei didn't care that Heisha asked for help from an emperor at all. He even hoped that Heisha would really call an emperor over. TSK. Eldest senior brother's power is really fascinating. The chains of the way of the heavens can be chased away. Even Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing couldn't help but look at each other in shock. It seemed that Han Fei wasn't bluffing at all, because it was Han Fei who boarded the black shark by force. Otherwise, Heisha would have run away. Heisha's face darkened. "What if I don't give it to you?" Han Fei smiled contemptuously. "It doesn't matter. I can't kill you now, and you're not worthy of me calling you senior brother. But all the ants on your ship have to die. I'm taking this ship. Who doesn't make money from fighting these days? Otherwise, if my senior brothers and senior sisters find out, how can I survive?" Han Fei paused. "Why don't you call yourself an emperor? What's the name of the emperor you know? Hurry up and don't dawdle." The corner of Heisha's mouth twitched. Although he didn't believe that Han Fei had such a powerful background, he didn't dare to do so, because once he called an emperor over, there would be no turning back. There were only two outcomes for him. One was that the young man on the opposite side had somehow summoned a means to suppress an emperor, and then he would definitely die. The other was that the young man on the opposite side had a means to resist an emperor, and then he would run away with the couple. Heisha didn't think that Han Fei really had no trump cards, because Han Fei was too confident. His personality was better than that of the couple. And the identity of the man and woman was not simple, because when Han Fei first appeared, he said that the two of them had sneaked out. They sneaked out, so they didn't take any guards with them. Otherwise, who would let a little girl with a Khanate Taoism figure run out? Besides, from the very beginning, Han Fei had been looking for them. The force behind the two of them must have used their connections to look for them. And if that kind of force could use their connections, it must be a top force. So it was not difficult to explain Han Fei's arrogance and arrogance. Heisha's heart tightened. No matter whether he called an emperor or not, he would be the one in trouble. If an emperor came and couldn't kill them, not only would he make enemies for an emperor, but he would also hide the fact that an emperor had kidnapped them. The consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Heisha compromised in the end and said solemnly, "I only have one divine artifact, and it's not enough to give you all the resources. Give." Han Fei couldn't help but say in disdain, "You are not a noob anymore. You don't even have resources within 500,000 kilometers?" Heisha's face was dark. "Do you know how many resources that is?" Han Fei couldn't help but look at Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing suspiciously. "Well, do I really want too much?" Feng Xingliu's lips twitched. "Do you think this is your home? The people out there are very poor." When Feng Xingliu said that casually, Heisha was infuriated. Damn it! Are the heavenly talents of the big forces all so arrogant? Han Fei was shocked. Well done. She cooperated with him flawlessly. Han Fei couldn't help but be confused. Really? Han Fei looked at He Sha grumpily and said, "Then give it to me. Hurry up. Show me the divine artifact first. What type is it?" A moment later, when Han Fei took a green lotus seed, information popped up in his eyes. Name Soul Calming Lotus Seed Introduction, a lotus seed born from the soul calming lotus, a natural treasure, after 80,000 years. This lotus seed has the innate effect of protecting the soul. With the lotus seed, it can protect the soul as a heaven-opening level soul technique. Quality, low-quality divine artifact, soul attachment, none, effect, soul protection, recastable, unrefined. Note, this is an ordinary soul protection divine artifact. If you can collect 18 of them, it will be a high-quality divine artifact. Han Fei pretended to be cool. He glanced at the lotus seed and mumbled, "A low-quality soul protection divine artifact? How can you give it to me?" Then Han Fei tossed it to Feng Qingqing and said, "How can you give it to me? I'm too embarrassed to take it. I've never used a low-quality divine artifact in my life." Feng Qingqing. Feng Xingliu. He Sha. He Sha's heart was bleeding. Feng Xingliu thought to himself, "Aren't you pulling up the seedlings to help them grow? Give it to me." Feng Qingqing, on the other hand, grabbed the soul-calming lotus seed. Overjoyed, she bowed to Han Fei calmly. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Pooh. Chapter 2286. Han Fei spat out a mouthful of wine. "What the F***CK, brother-in-law? Who is your brother-in-law?" Han Fei thought to himself, "I'm not sure whether I have you or not. Don't pretend to be relatives." The soul protection divine artifact was actually a very good thing. Han Fei wanted to keep it for himself. But considering that Feng Yu now owed him a favor, he might as well let her owe him. He had a hunch that this trip to the divine capital dynasty wouldn't be simple. He still had to do things for Mochi. How could he easily get involved in the affairs of the Temple of Time? Besides, he had offended the Heavenly Clan this time. If he guessed correctly, the Heavenly Clan should have been hunted down a lot these years. A lot of heaven-opening realm powerhouses must have died, but they would definitely know who was targeting them. Therefore, his name would definitely be known by the Heavenly Clan. Right now, everything was still calm and peaceful and nothing could be seen. However, he hadn't even arrived at the divine capital dynasty yet. However, at this moment, Han Fei casually threw away the divine artifact with a look of disgust, which not only poked Black Shark's sore spot, but also made him more certain that this person's background was really powerful. How could a divine artifact be given away so easily? Han Fei didn't even blink. He didn't believe that he was not from a rich family. His original plan was perfect, and he might be able to force him to succeed. At the very least, he could grab a divine artifact or a divine technique, right? But now, because of Han Fei's appearance, he had to give away divine artifacts and resources. At this moment, on the Black Shark, those heaven-opening realm powerhouses almost took out all their resources. They didn't dare not take them out. Even their boss had started. In the end, Han Fei got a total of about 360,000 kilometers of resources. He felt that this was the normal resource reserve of a fleet, much more than Qiu Shotsang's resources. This also showed that the resources in the wilderness were richer than in the chaotic wasteland. 360,000 kilometers of resources was not a small number. According to Han Fei's estimation, if he could eat all these resources and use them to open up his origin sea, he could at least expand his origin sea to 53 or even 540,000 kilometers. This made Han Fei think for the first time that it seemed that it was not very difficult to open up the origin sea. He used to think that tens of thousands of kilometers of resources would be a lot. How many mineral veins, spirit springs, spirit stones, and all sorts of other stuff would they have to dig up? Now that he looked at it, it seemed to be the case. As long as he was strong enough, he felt that he would be able to get a huge sum of money just by robbing. However, Han Fei had never thought that an ordinary heaven opening state cultivator could casually rob resources from a late-stage star transformation cultivator. Wasn't that courting death? Most people were like Feng Xingliu's team, running around, digging up resources, exploring arcane pocket realms, and then trading for resources at the various camps. That way, they would slowly expand their S&Cs and try to reach the Star Ascension realm as soon as possible. Therefore, Han Fei actually didn't understand the pain of these ordinary heaven opening realm experts. He naturally felt that it was too troublesome and tiring to dig up resources by himself. He could only rely on robbing. As for how others accumulated so many resources, it was none of his business. After receiving the resources, Han Fei flashed and appeared next to Feng Xinglu and the others. With a thought, he put away the blood fiend and then shouted at He Sha, "Next time I turn into a star, I'll fight with you. Prepare some resources first." Psycho! Swish! The black shark fled in disgrace. As for why Han Fei didn't attack the other people on the black shark, He Sha felt that it was reasonable. From the beginning to the end, Han Fei didn't even glance at the crew members on the black shark. His arrogant posture showed that he didn't care about the so-called ants in his eyes at all. Such a person would probably be annoyed if he were to deal with some small fries in person. In fact, it seemed that Han Fei didn't need to deal with ordinary small fries in person. That blood fiend was not something that ordinary people could resist. After the black shark left, the place where Han Fei and the others were standing temporarily became an extremely dangerous place. There were fist marks and knife intent everywhere. Ordinary sea opening realm cultivators probably didn't dare to approach at all. When Han Fei appeared next to Feng Xinglu and the others, Captain Zhou and the others didn't dare to make a sound or even look up at Han Fei easily. Han Fei glanced at them casually and then said, "Don't go to the Wind Valley. Those people must have come from there. You can wander around and then find another camp. I don't think anyone will give you trouble." Captain Zhou quickly cupped his hands. Yes, yes. Then he winked at the others in the team. He couldn't take it anymore after such a narrow escape. He was actually quite angry at Feng Xinglu and thought to himself, "You're a master. So why did you have to join our team?" However, he didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect on the surface. Feng Xinglu snorted. "Wait a minute." Feng Xinglu's face darkened, and he looked at Captain Zhou and the others. "I didn't expect that you would be involved in this dangerous place. Old Zhou was almost killed because of me. It's my fault." Captain Zhou quickly said, "That's not right. Brother Lu Xing." "Well, fellow cultivator Feng, the black shark has always been powerful in the Singing Sea. Countless people have been killed by them." Feng Xinglu shook his head. "In any case, I can't let you risk your lives with me for nothing, or I won't be able to rest easy." Then Feng Xinglu took out almost 10 sea-quelling bizarre treasures casually. Yes, Han Fei was right. He took out almost 10 sea-quelling bizarre treasures casually. Although they were only mid-quality, they were still sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Then he took out a star shell and said, "There are resources in 100,000 square kilometers here. Consider it a small compensation for you, old Zhou. I don't have many resources with me. This is just a token of appreciation." Han Fei. Captain Zhou. Han Fei felt that he was hallucinating. Resources in 100,000 square kilometers? A token of appreciation? Is that what you mean? Han Fei couldn't help but recall that he didn't have resources in 100,000 square kilometers back in the chaotic wasteland. He couldn't trade for so many resources even if he fought in the scavenger arena for 10 years. It wasn't that he didn't have so many resources, but that he didn't even have half of them. Han Fei didn't feel good at all. He thought that he was already very pretentious, but this guy was even more pretentious. Was this the daily life of Feng Yu's family? Captain Zhou would be lying if he said that he was not tempted. Sea-quelling bizarre treasures and resources in 100,000 square kilometers. How many treasure troves could they explore? How could resources be so easy to get? He and Fengxing Lu just met by chance. In fact, even if he died this time, it wouldn't affect those big shots at all. He knew that from today onwards, the two of them would no longer have any interactions. So, although Captain Zhou said that he couldn't accept it, he had already accepted it. Fengxing Lu waved his hand. Old Zhou, don't be so polite. These are just some resources. Not worth mentioning at all. Han Fei really wanted to roll his eyes. Since when did you see them being polite to you? They were all in the wilderness. Unless they were idiots, they would gladly accept resources that came to them for free. Feng Qingqing, on the other hand, wanted to burst out at Fengxing Lu, but was too shy to do so because someone else was around. Han Fei immediately realized that this girl should be more reliable than Fengxing Lu. Old Zhou and the others couldn't wait to fly away. They didn't say a word along the way, as if they wanted to fly billions of kilometers at once. After old Zhou and the rest ran away, Feng Qingqing jumped up and knocked on Fengxing Lu's head. Are you stupid? Do you know how many resources you've given away? It's 10 times more than the treasure troves they explored this time. 10 times, do you understand? Fengxing Lu frowned. So what? Old Zhou and the others almost died for you and me. You heartless girl. Feng Qingqing almost bit him. That's two different things. Isn't it better for you to give them resources, even if you teach them a great technique? Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Do you understand? You've squandered almost all the money we have this time. Feng Qingqing, who was fuming with rage, suddenly realized that Han Fei was still there. She immediately shut her mouth, and her appearance changed 180 degrees. She turned her head and became an obedient, ordinary girl. Feng Qingqing said, "Sorry about that, brother." Feng Qingqing wanted to call Han Fei, but she didn't know what to call him. Since he was her sister's brother-in-law, she decided to call him brother. She didn't know how to call him senior. Also, calling him senior would distance them from each other, which was not good. Han Fei slightly shrugged. I agree with you. In fact, it's not good to give them so many resources. There's so many of them, and it's hard to distribute the resources within 100,000 kilometers. They might even have their own selfish desires and fight among themselves. This is the wilderness, and there are no deep friendships in the wilderness. Instead, there are more benefits. Fengxing Lu blushed. I think they're not bad. They're not heartless people. Han Fei thought of something and said with a smile, Do you want to take a look? Fengxing Lu nodded. Sure. I've been through life and death with old Zhou. How can I be wrong? Half a day passed. In an extremely distant sea region, old Zhou's eyes were sharp as he sized up his surroundings. At this moment, there were only 2 heaven opening state experts in his team. Old Zhou said, These resources are actually not bad. Of the 8 sea-quelling bizarre treasures, I'll get 6, and each of you will get 1. As for the resources, we'll split 70% among the 3 of us, and the rest will be given to the others. Any objections? The other 2 were not as strong as old Zhou. If they objected in the boundless wilderness, the consequences would be unpredictable. So, even though old Zhou proposed a very unreasonable distribution, they didn't object. After all, they could still get some benefits. The sea-quelling bizarre treasures were also priceless. Well, Fengxing Lu, who was peeking at Han Fei from a distance, was dumbfounded. He trembled in fury, and his face immediately became awful. No, I have to get these resources back. This is too much. Although Feng Qingqing couldn't see it, she knew from Fengxing Lu's expression that what would happen next would be very different from what Fengxing Lu expected. Han Fei grabbed him. You still want what you've given away. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how dangerous the wilderness is. Why do you think old Zhou gave 1 to each of them? Fengxing Lu's face was awful, and he shouted, Of course, he still cares about our friendship. After all, we're on the same team. Han Fei sneered. Team? Han Fei sneered. Let me tell you, the reason why he gave one to each of them was that the two of them couldn't join hands. If there were only one heaven opening state expert here, he might have already killed them. Fengxing, Lu's eyes widened. No way. Han Fei chuckled. No way? Believe it or not, he'll let the two of them leave after he distributes the resources. Then he'll take the 30% of the resources that belong to the other heaven opening realm experts, including the resources for your exploration of the secret realm this time. Fengxing, Lu took a deep breath, his eyelids twitching. Oh well, old Zhou is quite nice to these heaven opening realm experts. With his character. Before Fengxing Lu finished, the other two heaven opening state experts who took the resources had already flown away and left the team. Seeing this, Fengxing Lu's eyes were spewing fire and his body was covered in flames. Seeing this, Han Fei couldn't help but shake his head. He had never experienced the cruelty of society. Look at him. Fengxing Lu immediately roared. Don't stop me. I'm going to teach him a lesson. I treated him sincerely and didn't belittle him because of his identity, but Han Fei rolled his eyes. He almost died for you. How can you be so shameless as to ask for resources? Fengxing nodded quickly. I can't be shameless. Fengxing Lu. Chapter 2287. Fengxing felt like he had lost a lot of face this time and didn't say anything on the way back. Fengxing, on the other hand, was not what her name sounded like at all. She was not pretty and talkative. Brother Han Fei, how did you meet my sister? We went through a trial together. Han Fei thought, although she tested me, it's still a trial. Fengxing asked, my sister gave you a divine weapon just because it's so simple? The Phoenix Feather Saber was her first divine weapon. Many people asked for it, but she didn't give it to them. I want it too. So does Fengxing. Fengxing said grumpily, nonsense. I didn't ask for it. I didn't. Fengxing snorted. You didn't get it, so you got a Starstream sword, but you didn't become famous. Fengxing exploded like an angry cat. Fengxing, I'm warning you. Is there anything in this world that I can't get? I just don't want that saber. Han Fei sighed inwardly. She was indeed inexperienced. He really didn't know how the disciples of these great powers were able to split open the sky. In any case, it was just splitting open the sky. However, when he thought of Fengxing Lu's generosity, Han Fei didn't find it strange anymore. Why did he have to compete with a tycoon? Ignoring Fengxing, Fengxing tilted her head and asked Han Fei, Brother Han Fei, you haven't told me why my sister gave the wind and rain saber to you. Fengxing's ears slightly pricked up. He wondered why Fengyu was so kind. Han Fei said with a smile, it's a long story. Maybe. She was lonely, and it was rare for her to meet someone as lonely as me. So she took me as her confidant. Fengxing and Fengxing were both stunned. What do you mean by saying that I'm lonely? But Fengxing thought she was smart. I see. My sister thinks that the world is full of mediocre people. It's rare for her to meet a top heavenly talent like you, Brother Han Fei. If it were me, I would take you as my confidant too. Cough, cough, cough. Fengxing coughed to remind Fengxing to be careful. What do you mean by taking me as your confidant? Don't be fooled by this brat. Fengxing ignored him and continued, Brother Han Fei. Han Fei had a headache. Why did he have so many questions? Han Fei said, we have to leave the Singing Sea as soon as possible. They're venerable sovereigns guarding the sea. If your identities are discovered by other venerable sovereigns, you will be in trouble. Fengxing, aren't you going to kill the emperors? If venerable sovereign comes, so be it. Han Fei chuckled. What do you mean by that? I was saving you just now. If you come, I'll use the void mark. If eldest senior brother attacks you, I'll take the blame. Now that you have been saved by me, if the venerable sovereign comes again and uses the void mark, it will be my fault. Am I stupid?" Han Fei immediately said, "I'm bragging." This, Feng Qingqing and Feng Xingliu both stared at Han Fei. Was this appropriate? We all thought that you could really kill venerable sovereign, but in the end you were just bragging. Feng Xingliu's expression changed slightly. If Di Zun really comes, won't he take all three of us down together? Yes, so let's go. Feng Xingliu, Feng Qingqing. It was the first time that they had seen someone who could brag so boldly. Kill the emperors? The great image that Han Fei had created just now collapsed in an instant. So Feng Qingqing entered the Origin Sea, and Han Fei and Feng Xingliu quickly left the Singing Sea. On the other side, Feng Yi was hurrying toward the divine prefecture of the East Sea. Yes, she hadn't reached the divine prefecture of the East Sea yet. In consideration of the safety of the two troublemakers in her family, and the fact that little junior brother had split open the sky not too long ago, she was very anxious. However, she had only been running for less than 4 months when she suddenly heard eldest senior brother's voice in her head. Eldest senior brother said, 11, little junior brother has found your brother and sister. They are out of danger. Huh, so fast? Feng Yu was speechless. These two must have encountered great danger if they informed her through their family emblem. Little junior brother took care of it so easily. It seemed that she had underestimated this little junior brother. In less than 400 years, the speed of his growth seemed to be a little beyond his expectations. Half a year later, it was actually very close to the godly capital dynasty, probably only 0. 2 light years away. For the godly capital dynasty, this was equivalent to a suburb that was not very far. In the past 6 months, Han Fei had learned where Feng Yu's family came from these 2 silly girls. Their bloodline came from the South Ocean Divine Land, and there was a place for their family in the Middle Ocean Divine Land. This clan was the descendants of the divine bloodline. Some of their descendants had awakened the bloodline of the divine bloodline when they were born, so they were extremely powerful when they grew up. And Han Fei roughly knew where Feng Yu went 300 years ago. The place where Feng Yu went was the Middle Ocean Divine Land. It could be said that all the super forces in the East, West, South, and North Divine Land would continue to exist in the Middle Ocean Divine Land. And the Middle Ocean Divine Land often introduced some real, peerless, heavenly talents from the 4 divine lands. The outstanding ones in the Middle Ocean Divine Land could not only show the prestige of their families, but also gain more abundant resources, more powerful techniques, and more magical techniques. Anyway, the Middle Ocean Divine Land reigned supreme above the 4 divine lands. The reason why Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing sneaked to the East Ocean Divine Land was that Feng Yu performed very well in the Middle Ocean Divine Land's trial. It was said that she crushed all the heavenly talents and was extremely dazzling. As a result, the South Ocean Divine Land's Feng Yu family's doorstep was almost broken, and the people who came to the East Ocean Divine Land were all top divine bloodline families. Because of this, Feng Yu didn't come to the East Ocean Divine Land early, and many people in the family focused their attention on Feng Yu, so they didn't notice Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing who sneaked out. By the time the family found out, they found that these 2 had already stolen a lot of treasures from the family and ran off to God knows how far away. Most people didn't know where they went, but because Feng Yu knew Feng Xingliu's character, she guessed where they were. However, if there were no accidents, the Feng family would have strong masters who would come 1 step earlier than Feng Yu. After all, 2 little treasures ran away from the family, and many people were panicking. Bang! Feng Qingqing easily suppressed the 3 peak stage sea expansion overlords with a strange magnetic flame. Feng Qingqing said, "Hand over the qualification token for the 10,000-year competition, and I'll spare your lives." Someone in the crowd had an ugly expression on his face, but he still took out a light red bead with the word "Sea Expansion" engraved on it. This was the qualification token. Only with this could one be qualified to participate in the 10,000-year competition. Without this, you can't even sign up. Han Fei didn't know this at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't care about the quota. He would just come and fight for it. Han Fei and the others had fought for it dozens of times. The Divine Capital Dynasty didn't impose any restrictions on the competition for the qualification token. However, this qualification token had special restrictions. That was, Venerables could only fight for Venerables, Sea Expansion Overlords could only fight for Sea Expansion Overlords, and Heaven Expansion Overlords could only fight for Heaven Expansion Overlords. Besides, the Divine Capital also stipulated that fights between cultivators could only be carried out in the void and couldn't be carried out in the outside world. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. As for how to distinguish whether a Sea Expansion Overlord was fighting for Venerable or a Heaven Expansion Overlord was fighting for a Sea Expansion Overlord, it depended on the qualification token itself. This was because every qualification token was said to be condensed from a bit of the Eastern Wu, Great Emperor's soul. No one could take it away and no one could break it. If you dared to kill a Sea Expansion Overlord or a Sea Expansion Overlord, the qualification token would detect it immediately and automatically imprint it on you. At that time, no matter how strong you were, could you be stronger than the Eastern Wu, Great Emperor? Once you were imprinted on the qualification token, you would be directly obliterated. However, this rule only took effect within 3 light years of the divine continent of the East Sea. But there was one thing, and that was, in places like the Scavenger City, they only got the qualification token that had not been activated. With the token in hand, as long as you enter within 3 light years, or rather, enter the Dongwu Great Emperor's sensing range, the qualification token will be activated immediately. Activating the qualification token was of great significance. This meant that when the qualification token was activated, it could only be used to fight in the same realm. This greatly guaranteed the safety of the participants who came to participate in the 10,000-year competition. Of course, the only bad thing was that the qualification token could not be kept in the body. It would be temporarily imprinted on the owner's wrist, so it was impossible to hide how many qualification tokens a person had. Therefore, the competition for the qualification token was very crazy. The only good thing was that within 15 days after the qualification token was snatched, the person would still be protected by the imprint. But if it exceeded 15 days, they could only pray for their own luck. Most people entered the Divine Capital Dynasty with the qualification token as soon as they entered the Divine Capital Dynasty. But there were also some people who wandered in the outer wilderness, specifically targeting those in the same realm, and some even formed teams to attack. For now, Han Fei and the others could be considered a team. It was just that Han Fei and Feng Xingliu did not attack those below the Heaven Expansion realm. It was equivalent to fighting on their own. Therefore, when Feng Qingqing fought, no one would be afraid of the existence of Han Fei and Feng Xingliu. At this moment, Feng Qingqing waved her wrist. I already have 50 qualification tokens. Do you want to continue? Han Fei glanced at her sideways. What are you talking about? Of course, we have to continue. I have already arranged a plan. When the time comes, we will sell qualification tokens outside the 10,000-year competition. Do you know how many people will come to buy them? Countless of them. That's countless resources. Feng Xingliu frowned. I don't think this is good. Resources, Ba. Han Fei couldn't help but tilt his head and look at Feng Xingliu. Resources are enough for the Great Emperor to explore the Sea of Stars. So no matter how rich your family is, if you don't make progress, you will run out of resources one day. Men, you have to fight. If you can't live off your family, what do you call it? That's called living off your parents. Feng Qingqing immediately raised her hand. Brother Han Fei is right. We can't live off our parents. Chapter 2288. Han Fei was very impressed by the fact that the qualification tokens could be competed for. This was the real way to select talents. This was a shortcut to the rise of a real master. Many itinerant cultivators were usually poor and pitiful. However, in the midst of a battle, it was very likely that bicycles would become motorcycles, motorcycles would become trots, and trots would become supercars. Besides, this was obviously a bug. Did no one pay attention to how the qualification tokens were dealt with later? This was worth pondering. Perhaps it was deliberately done by the Dongwu Great Emperor. To be honest, there were definitely many people who had the same idea as Han Fei. At this moment, Feng Qingqing had finished looting, and Han Fei was observing the sea of stars. We should not be far from a camp. There are many stars around, which is the best place for hunting. Are you two ready? Feng Xingliu seemed to be persuaded by Han Fei's words, so he nodded. Then let's fight. But I want to go to the divine capital dynasty. I've never been there. It's said to be beautiful. Han Fei immediately raised his voice. Are you a woman? Why do you have to be so beautiful? Do you know what men want? Seeing that he was rebuked again, Feng Xingliu raised his voice again. What men want? Han Fei rubbed his fingers. Resources, of course. With resources, you can do whatever you want. Think about it. Since you were a child, what you ate, used, and cultivated were all resources, right? Feng Xingliu's face sank. I don't eat, but it seems so. Han Fei said, Don't argue with me. What do you mean it seems so? Without a family, you are nothing. Feng Xingliu was furious. Say that again. Han Fei said, So what? If you have the ability, go and get me tens of thousands of qualification tokens. If you don't like the resources, give them all to me. Feng Xingliu said, No, I got them. They have to be mine. Looking at Feng Xingliu, who was overwhelmed by Han Fei's words, Feng Qingqing shook her head slightly. Her brother was really stupid. Suddenly, Han Fei said, Come on, northwest. 6 or 7 shining stars suddenly appeared there. Someone must be fighting. Let's go. In the blink of an eye, Feng Qingqing was already beside Feng Xingliu, and in the next moment she disappeared. Han Fei and Feng Xingliu, on the other hand, dashed at 5 times the speed of light at the same time. The reason why it was 5 times the speed of light was because 5 times the speed of light was the speed of the Phoenix Star Stream. He was shocked when he learned that the Phoenix Star art could travel at 5 times the speed of light. This was what a wealthy family was like. They could unleash a power that was 5 times the speed of light right after they transformed into a star. Many people were unable to comprehend superluminal speed after they had attained the celestial transformation. Of course, he was an exception. Because of all kinds of coincidences, Han Fei's current maximum speed was no more than 6 times the speed of light. Unless he exposed the great Tao of time and controlled the power of time around him to accelerate, Han Fei had thought that the battle might last for a while. But to his surprise, the battle was over in less than 100 seconds. So fast. They're able to annihilate their opponents so quickly even though they're in the same realm. It looks like this is a team that specializes in this. Feng Xingliu said, The stars are dimming. What do we do now? Han Fei took out the nautical globe. What do we do? This is my home field. Of course, we'll chase them. Feng Xingliu looked at the nautical globe in Han Fei's hand curiously and asked in surprise, What divine weapon is this? Han Fei said, This is a human. This is a sacred weapon. A sacred weapon? Feng Xingliu was puzzled. Why haven't I heard of a sacred weapon? If it's not a divine weapon, shouldn't it be a natural spiritual treasure? Han Fei's heart did a flip. This is man-made, so it belongs to the category of tools? Feng Xingliu argued, Not necessarily. Our family's fire path resurrection wheel is also a tool, but we also call it a chaotic spiritual treasure, just one level higher than a natural spiritual treasure. Wah! What wheel? Han Fei was dumbfounded. What kind of godly item is this? Feng Xingliu was taken aback. You don't know our Feng family's fire path resurrection wheel? Han Fei was stunned. Do I have to know? Well, Feng Xing Lu was speechless. It seemed that outsiders didn't know much. So he said proudly, "The fire path resurrection will means that once a person dies, his body is gone and his soul can't be saved. Through this wheel, he can forcibly step into the river of time, the river of life, and the legendary reincarnation ancient path, pull his soul back and transform it into a fire spirit. Apart from the fact that he doesn't have a body, he's also an extremely powerful fire spirit." Han Fei was shocked. He didn't understand at all. Was there a river of life too? And what was the reincarnation ancient path? Boy, the knowledge of the descendants of the big clans is indeed different. But he couldn't show that he was an uneducated retard. So Han Fei snorted. "Was your fire path resurrection will not made by a human?" Feng Xing Lu nodded. "Yes, it said that it was made by the gods of our clan before they died." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "So, it should be called a chaotic spiritual treasure. Really, a chaotic spiritual treasure should be called a chaotic spiritual treasure. Just like the chaotic green lotus, it was born naturally. Both of them are chaotic spiritual treasures. Isn't it easy to confuse them?" Feng Xingliu seemed to think about it seriously. That does make sense. Well, chaotic spiritual treasures are hard to find. The chaotic green lotus is indeed delicious. Unfortunately, I ate a chaotic green lotus seed when I was little, and I don't even know what it tastes like anymore. Han Fei almost wanted to kick Feng Xing Lu to death. What about Versailles? So what if he ate a chaotic spiritual treasure? I don't even want to tell you that my wife ate an entire one. Han Fei and Feng Xing Lu chatted for a long time on the way. The guy kept talking about the trifles of daily cultivation, how bad the divine pills were, how uncomfortable the family's medicinal baths were, and how his body cramped when he practiced divine arts. Han Fei was almost at the end of his patience. Feng Xing Lu had been showing off all the time, and he didn't know anything about it. He could only snort occasionally and comment casually. Once again, he hated the rich of the big clans. But Feng Xing Lu didn't know it. Because Han Fei saved him and Feng Qingcheng, he often forgot about it even though he wanted to compete with Han Fei, and he accidentally started chatting with him. Feng Xing Lu said, "In fact, if Feng Yu hadn't been born a few days earlier than me, she would have called me brother. Hey, why are you pulling me? All of a sudden, Feng Xing Lu, who was angry about being born a few days later, was dragged by Han Fei. The two of them crossed thousands of kilometers and suddenly appeared before a man in a golden robe. Seeing that the man was found, Feng Xing Lu became serious and said, "I'll deal with him." Han Fei ignored Feng Xing Lu, who was like an idiot. Do you know how many people there are?" On the other side, the person didn't expect that he would actually be chased. He was startled at first, but then he seemed to observe the stars and discovered that the stars of these two people weren't as bright as his. In fact, they were much weaker than his. Immediately, the man sneered. "Guys, are you trying to rob me? Do you know what my clones are?" Hearing this, Feng Xing Lu stomped on the ground and fiery clouds rose. "You ant, do you know who I am?" Feng Xing Lu learned the word ant from Han Fei. When Han Fei stepped on the black shark, he said it. However, at that time, Han Fei said it to show that he was a disciple of a super force, because it was what the super masters always said. However, the reason why Feng Xing Lu said it was purely because he was provoked by the young man's question, "Do you know who I am?" Feng Xing Lu had been competing with others all his life. He couldn't stand it, so he used the word ant. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Bringing this guy with him was like a divine weapon of ridicule. For two people who saw each other as ants, the final outcome would definitely be them fighting. Sure enough, as Han Fei expected, the young man opposite him did not intend to escape. Instead, with a thought for heaven-opening realm powerhouses appeared in a row. Including him, there were a total of 5 heaven-opening realm powerhouses who had already turned into stars. The man who was released was also a little surprised. "Brother E, you found a new target so quickly." The young man, surnamed E, sneered. "I didn't find them, but they came to me. They must have found my trace by accident and found me alone, so they came to me." Someone looked at the stars and immediately sneered. "What? The brightness of these stars is much lower than mine. Hey, you too. Who gave you the illusion that you can rob others?" Fengxing Lu's face turned cold, and he pointed at the man. "Shut up, and hand over your qualification token, or I'll be merciless." The moment he was pointed at, his face turned cold. "You be asterisk starred. How can I vent my anger if I don't dig out your soul and crush it inch by inch?" Han Fei was already in a good mood. What was he waiting for? He glanced at Fengxing Lu. "Let's see who can beat me more." Fengxing Lu nodded. "Sure. Fire God descends." Chapter 2289. Fengxing Liu was very anxious. He knew that Han Fei was extremely strong. No matter what, he couldn't lose to him. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. He had to kill one of them first to save the other two. So when he heard that Han Fei was going to take action, he attacked earlier than Han Fei. Both sides were full of confidence in this battle. The man, surnamed Yi, thought that according to the strength of these two, there couldn't be anyone stronger than him in their source sea. So even if they could call a few more people, he wouldn't lose. Fengxing Liu thought that even if Han Fei wasn't here, 4 or 5 ordinary star transformation cultivators were no match for him. So, as soon as the two entered the void, they fought head-on. However, both sides had different mindsets. The man, surnamed E, thought that these two people were mediocre and didn't need his help, so he didn't move at all. The others also had the intention of underestimating the enemy, so only 2 people from their side attacked. And Fengxing Liu was eager to show off, so he attacked with his ultimate move. Han Fei, on the other hand, didn't use any gloves at all. He just made a simple fist mark, which looked much worse than Fengxing Liu. However, at the moment of the first exchange, the man facing Fengxing Liu suddenly changed his face, and his soul trembled in shock when he touched Fengxing Liu's spear. Puff! The moment the man's face changed, the flaming knife light swept across 3,000 kilometers and completely crushed him. His body was burned into nothingness, and his soul was annihilated by the scorching power. At the same time, Han Fei's fist mark directly penetrated the depths of this man's soul. Bam! This person's body and soul exploded at the same time, just like what had happened to the Emperor Sparrow. Han Fei was now in the soul enlightenment state, and his yang soul had been formed, so he could directly attack people's souls. So, under this punch, this man's body and soul were annihilated at the same time. At the moment these 2 people died, a total of 5 qualification tokens appeared on their bodies and quickly disappeared into Han Fei and Fengxing Liu's wrists. What? How is it possible? Oh no, retreat! Rumble, rumble, the sky changed, and 2 great daos crossed the sky, indicating the fall of 2 celestial transformation powerhouses. The youth surnamed Yi's expression changed greatly. He was extremely shocked. How could he be so strong? One move, it was just one move. How strong were they? One had just turned into a star, while the other was rather dim, as if it hadn't turned into a star yet. How could he kill a powerhouse who had been at the celestial transformation realm for many years in one move? However, at this moment, Han Fei and Fengxing Liu were already charging at them. They were so fast that they had to deal with them. Because he had underestimated the enemy, they were very close to each other. Who would have thought that these 2 people would kill his teammate in one move? Moreover, the 2 of them did not stop at all and directly rushed towards them. The youth with the surname, he didn't even think about it and immediately retreated. It was one thing for him to abandon his 2 companions, but this time he had made a mistake. For the other party to be able to display such strength despite his cultivation realm, he was definitely a genius. It wasn't worth it for him to fight 1 against 2. Mainly, he felt that a person who hadn't turned into a star could kill a celestial transformation realm powerhouse, which showed that he had amazing potential. He might not win. Seeing that the youth surnamed E was about to run, Han Fei had an idea. Feng Xingliu, these two people are yours. Feng Xingliu was overjoyed. Then I'll be fighting 1 against 3, and you'll be fighting 1 against 2. I'll win. Okay, Fire Phoenix confinement. Flaming saber. Han Fei ignored Feng Xingliu. After bursting out 6 times the speed of light, he intercepted the guy who was running at less than 5 times the speed of light in the blink of an eye. To be honest, Han Fei was surprised. This person must have a powerful background. He was not at the late stage of the celestial transformation realm, but he could burst out at nearly 5 times the speed of light. This kind of person was definitely a genius. At least in the scavenger city, he would be a first-class powerhouse. However, the youth surnamed he was even more surprised than Han Fei, even horrified. He subconsciously thought, how is this possible? How can he burst out faster than light without turning into a star? How can he surpass me without turning into a star? This speed is at least 5 times, close to 6 times the speed of light? What kind of monster is this? After forcing the youth surnamed E to stop, Han Fei punched back. The latter didn't dare to be careless. With a burst of white light, he also punched at Han Fei. BM, Kacha! BM, the entire right arm of the youth surnamed E, together with a small part of his body, exploded. But Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly because he saw this person's exploded flesh and blood, bathed in the white light, instantly return to normal, as if he had never been pierced. Han Fei knew how strong he was. Even without the god-slaying gloves, he still had the power of more than 9 million waves. Plus, he could punch out a fist soul. Logically speaking, this punch should have blown up half of this person's body and destroyed part of his soul. However, this magical white light seemed to be even more magical than his heaven awakening divine technique. It actually healed his body smoothly. This person retreated 10,000 kilometers, and Han Fei didn't chase him. As the man retreated, a door of light that emitted a holy light appeared behind him. Heavenly Clan? Han Fei said lightly, "Are you from the Gate of Heaven?" Over the years, Han Fei had learned a little about the Heavenly Clan. The Gate of Heaven was just a general name for the entire force of the Heavenly Clan. They were like the Fist Light Mountain Peak and the Ghost Strait, which were equivalent to a mountain gate. However, in the Gate of Heaven, it was the Heavenly Clan that ruled everything. In the divine land of the East Ocean, the Gate of Heaven was a very powerful force, second only to the divine capital dynasty, and equally famous as the terror capital. In terms of overall strength and external activities, it was better than places like the Fist Light Mountain Peak and the Ghost Strait. However, Han Fei didn't understand what the gate behind them meant. The young man surnamed Yi said, "Yes, I'm not only from the Gate of Heaven, but also from the Heavenly Clan. Fellow Taoist, no discord, no concord. If those people die, then so be it. However, you and I are both heavenly talents. If we can join forces, who can be our match?" With only one punch, the young man surnamed E knew that he was no match for this person. If it weren't for his gate of talent, he would have been seriously injured by that punch just now. That punch could hurt the body and the soul. He didn't know what method the other party used. But this person must be a top heavenly talent of the Fist Light Mountain Peak to be able to reach such a level. He didn't dare to imagine that if that kind of punch came a few more times, he would probably be hammered to death. Therefore, he took the initiative to propose cooperation. He believed that with the reputation of the Gate of Heaven and his identity as a disciple of the Heavenly Clan, in terms of seniority, he shouldn't be any worse than this person. If he could get this help, he could even grab many qualification tokens. However, Han Fei glanced at him contemptuously. "Who do you think you are? Do you think you're qualified to cooperate with me? Are you qualified?" Rumble! Before Han Fei finished speaking, an astronomical phenomenon of the Great Path collapsing came from behind. It seemed that Feng Xing Lu had killed another one. Han Fei wasn't surprised, except for Feng Xing Lu at the late stage of the star transformation realm. These people were no match for him at all. The young man's face changed drastically and he took out a talisman. As he waved his hand, the talisman unfolded, and billions of sword currents surged towards Han Fei. After throwing this blow, the young man didn't say a word and was ready to escape at the speed of light. However, Han Fei stepped into the void and ignored the billions of sword currents. The void around him was twisted, and the power of this talisman fell on him less than 1/10. Han Fei didn't even try to block this 1/10. He directly punched at the young man surnamed Yi. Bam! The power of this punch was 30% stronger than before because Han Fei had slightly activated the Great Path. Mainly, he wanted to see how effective the light gate was. He didn't believe that a random person or a random door could surpass his heavenly awakening divine technique. That was unbelievable. The young man's whole body exploded, but under the cover of the white light, he recovered the next moment. Interesting. Bam, bam, bam. Golden fist marks burst out continuously. The youth surnamed Yi shattered it again and again. On the 7th time, the door of light finally dimmed. But this time, Han Fei didn't attack again. You're not going to kill me? Rumble! In the distance, a celestial phenomenon appeared again. Feng Xingliu had already killed 3-star transformation cultivators. Yi Yuan was horrified. The god of killing with fire was here. He never thought that he would die in such a way. But the next moment, Han Fei didn't attack, but looked at him with his fists folded. At this time, Feng Xingliu had already flown over. When he rushed to Han Fei and stopped, he laughed. I won. I can't believe you haven't been killed yet. Han Fei shrugged indifferently. Yes, you won. Feng Xingliu's surging aura was immediately extinguished. He was speechless. You just gave up? Han Fei didn't even know how to communicate with Feng Xingliu. He said, well done. Hey, why are you shaking so much? Am I shaking? Feng Xingliu looked down, only to find that his legs and hands were shaking, and so was his body. Unconsciously, Feng Xingliu's voice trembled. I killed someone for the first time. Yes, I'm a little nervous. Chapter 2290. Han Fei couldn't help but widen his eyes. F***CK, look at your ferocious look. I thought you had slaughtered countless people. The first time I killed someone? Are you kidding me? But he soon realized that he was talking about the first time he killed a humanoid similar to him. As for those sea demons and sea beasts, some of them would be killed in fights. However, this was not within Feng Xing Lu's consideration. Judging from the reaction this guy showed along the way, he and Feng Qingqing were both newbies who had just entered society. The difference was that Feng Qingqing was smart. However, Han Fei thought to himself, these big clans must have cultivated their decisive character from an early age, right? For example, when Han Fei and the others were still fishermen, they had already started the fishing trial and then fought for resources between villages. Han Fei didn't want Feng Xing Lu to expose all his trump cards to Yi Yuan, so he interrupted. Then you can tremble and see how I deal with it. Then he pointed at Yi Yuan and said, I won't kill you. Give me the qualification token first, and then give me all the resources you have. Yi Yuan was shocked. Won't kill me? His first thought was that Han Fei still feared his identity as a member of the Heavenly Clan, or that he had some trump cards of the Heavenly Clan. So Han Fei didn't want to kill him directly. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. If the qualification token was gone, he could just fight for it with his strength. If the resources were gone, it would be the same. Anyway, in the hunting ground outside the divine capital, a large number of people came to participate in the major competition of 10,000 years. Yi Yuan shook his wrist, and 9 qualification tokens flew out in a row. He said, these are all the qualification tokens I have right now. The resources in the Origin Sea are not very abundant, only less than 70,000 kilometers. You can have them all. So poor Feng Xinglu, who had been silent, couldn't help but say, "Didn't they say that the Heavenly Clan is a very powerful force? How come you can't even take out resources within 100,000 kilometers?" Yuan's cheeks were burning. The Heavenly Clan was indeed a heavenly clan, but it didn't mean that every member of the Heavenly Clan was filthy rich. Besides, I'm in the late stage of celestial transformation. If I really need to use resources, I can use a lot of them. The resources stored in the Origin Sea are just normal reserves. Who would store resources for hundreds of thousands of miles or even millions of miles? If they had those resources, they would have used them a long time ago. According to Han Fei's personality, he definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. He might even want to see Yuan's sourcey. But today he casually took the resources and asked, "What's your name?" Yuan. Yuan did not know why the other party knew his name. Perhaps it was to verify his identity, so he did not hide it. Han Fei nodded. "Yuan, right? From now on, you have half a month's time. Half a month later, I will find you again. There's no reason. It's just that I don't like your Tian clan." Yuan. Feng Xingliu looked at Han Fei in shock. How could someone beat someone up be so straightforward? Yuan's heart sank. The next moment, he felt that Han Fei was approaching him. He tried to resist, but Han Fei's fists pushed him away. Bang, 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 dum, dum, dum. Han Fei punched Yuan's head hundreds of times, beating him into a pig's head, and then kicked him away. Yuan didn't dare to stay any longer. He broke into a run and heard Han Fei shouting behind him, "Remember, you only have half a month. Don't run if you have the guts. I'll beat you up every time I see you." Yuan was still trembling in fury, even after he ran far away. "Bastard, bastard, no matter who you are, next time I'll grind you into dust and stuff you into the infinite void." After what he did last night. Han Fei put away the 9 qualification tokens happily and then looked at Feng Xingliu, who was still shocked. "Look, I got 12 qualification tokens. What about you?" Feng Xingliu's face darkened. 9, but we didn't compete. Also, why did you let him go? What if he ran away? Who would have the time to chase him? Han Fei's lips curled. "Do you know the Tian clan?" Feng Xingliu nodded. "I do. It's a big force on the East Ocean Divine Land. I learned about it on my way here." Han Fei was intrigued. "Oh, tell me about it." Feng Xingliu pondered for a moment. "Isn't it enough to know about the Tian clan? What else do you want to know?" Han Fei was dumbfounded. "I only know the name and you say you know it? Damn it." Han Fei was lost for words. "Aren't you curious about this super force? When they fight, a door of light appears. Aren't you curious?" Feng Xingliu said, "I'm not curious. Feng Qingqing knows everything. I can just ask her. You haven't told me why you let him go yet." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Let me give you an example. For example, I met you by chance and we met on the street. Then I beat you up, snatched your god artifact, stole your resources, and beat you black and blue. Then I said that I would beat you up every time I saw you, and I would continue to look for you in a few days. What would you do?" Feng Xingliu said, "I'll beat you to death." Han Fei said, "You can't beat me." Feng Xingliu's eyes were about to spurt fire. He shouted, "Then I'll call my brothers and sisters to beat you to death." "Pah!" Han Fei clapped his hands. "That's right. You'd be angry too. What do you think Yuan will do? Will he call his brothers and sisters to beat me up too?" Feng Xingliu was a little confused. "That's for sure. So when the time comes, we can rob their brothers and sisters again. After robbing them, we will let them all go, and then let them summon another group of brothers and sisters, and we will rob them again. Then we can wait for the resources of the competition to be delivered to us, right? Does that mean we don't have to look for enemies by stargazing?" Feng Xingliu was suddenly enlightened. "Oh, that makes sense. With their strength, I can beat a group of them, and the two of us can beat a lot of them. Well, I didn't know that. Feng Xingliu's heart trembled. He felt that he had learned another trick. Then his body continued to tremble. Han Fei asked, "Why are you still trembling?" Feng Xingliu didn't care at all. "I don't know. I can't control myself. I just want to shake. By the way, cultivation is not easy. Was I too impulsive today? I used to let people live when I beat them up, but I couldn't control myself this time. It feels weird." Han Fei said, "There are mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the path of cultivation. If you don't kill people, others will. This is a dog-eat-dog world. Didn't your family teach you that?" Feng Xingliu said they did, but I rarely came out before. I didn't expect that the fight would be so fierce. Half a month later, during this period of time, Feng Qingqing's main goal was to find someone to practice her skills on. Unfortunately, this lady's strange magnetic fire was too strong, and there were not many people who could withstand her attacks. Hence, after searching for half a month, Feng Qingqing was still unable to find a suitable opponent. During this time, Han Fei also learned some information about the heavenly clans from Feng Qingqing. The so-called heavenly clans were said to be a god who called himself the heavenly emperor in the history of this clan. He was said to be a very powerful god who could suppress the heavenly Tao. Because their ancestors were powerful, no matter how poor their descendants' bloodlines were, they couldn't be much worse. Therefore, some heavenly talents often appeared in the heavenly clans. As for the light gate behind them, the principle was this. The so-called light gate, like the family in the primordial city, was a manifestation of bloodline. The heavenly clans called these light gates the heavenly gates, saying that the heavenly Tao gave them an extra power. Behind each light gate was a person who had awakened a mysterious talent other than self-cultivation. There were all kinds of talents, and there were all kinds of situations. In battle, if they encountered a strong opponent, they could summon the light gate, just like the family's triangular divine seal. Hearing Feng Qingqing's explanation, Han Fei understood. No wonder Feng Xingliu took Feng Qingqing with him when he escaped. If it weren't for Feng Qingqing, this guy would have been killed by his stupidity. Half a month later, Yi Yuan and the others, leaning against the periphery of a camp in the wilderness, only did some ordinary hunting. He wasn't sure whether Han Fei would come back or not. But whether Han Fei would come back or not, he couldn't take it lying down. This time he called all the people he should call. In a short time he called a total of 13 people, none of whom were weaker than him. Someone said, "Yi Yuan, are you sure that person will come?" Someone laughed. "It's almost been half a month, right?" Someone sneered. "This time, even though those two are geniuses, with our strength, we won't lose no matter what." Someone said coldly, "My imprisonment gate is enough to stop them from losing their combat power. Plus, Yi Yang's heaven lock gate prevents them from borrowing the power of the heavenly Tao. Even if they have extraordinary means, I don't believe that two people can turn the world upside down." The dozen or so people did not conceal themselves, nor did they hide in anyone's origin sea. They just openly wandered around on the sea. Just when most of them didn't think that Han Fei and the others would come to them, they suddenly sensed something. They looked into the distance and saw two figures rushing over. From afar, Han Fei sneered, "Yi Yuan, you only found a dozen people. Who are you looking down on?